where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free, there's some perks, they've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
My experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y Más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism. So
County Board of
we
Supervisors
didn't want our
meeting
daughter
to order and invite the clerk to conduct roll call.
Supervisor McGordy?
Here.
Chair Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
If you could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic and nation of God, visible. Thank you. We are now on agenda item number 2, public expression. Public expression is the portion of the agenda that allows the public to speak for 2 to 3 minutes on any item of interest, so long as that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. While members of the public are welcome to address the board, under the Brown Act, the board is prohibited from engaging in deliberation or taking action on items that are not on the agenda. Any member of the board is welcome to add an agenda item to a future calendar by working with the chair and the clerk of the board. If you wish to provide comment on items of interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board, if you could please come forward at this time. If you are in the room, you can form a line near the podium, and if you are on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature or press *9 on your telephone.
Good morning. Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude, appreciation always. My world's real small lately. It goes back again to Jackie Otis, the APS, Adult Protective Services. Been having to work with her a lot. And once again to the Chief Crook of Ukiah Police Department, just for covering my back for me in a bad situation. I don't know if people understand how easy it is to make these relationships and have people behind your back. The rest of my time I want to spend talking about the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. There's a meeting tomorrow. I just took a 2-day training and I have a bunch of notes, like a couple pages, and I'm not much of a note taker. So I'm going to have to go over those and condense those down. But I'd like to give you the highlights today because I learned that half of our job is to report to the Board of Supervisors, not just yearly in a written report, but as much as often as possible. And again, to create relationships within the county. And as far as I can see, we have none. And the Behavioral Health Advisory Board itself has really done nothing. And we've been ignored. Anything that we have said was we've only made like a couple of recommendations and they both were ignored, which, whatever. But there's another addition to the board. It's not an addition, it's a re-application on consent. So I'm happy to see that, and the new members will be seated tomorrow. State Behavioral Health Advisory Board that taught the 2-day training that I took, they will be at the November meeting. And her name's Teresa Comstock, and she's really nice. She's like a total teacher-like person. Had a lot of fun in there. There was like 20 other counties. All the chairs mostly were there. Lived experience was a big thing about when you want somebody on this board. People that have had lived experience. And from what I've seen, we've done that. And that's why when I got on the board, the few people that are there were very good. They are very good. And I'd like to see them all stay. And I'd like to see the new additions trained the way I was the last couple of days, as I should have been before I even got on the board. And then the other thing I'd like to throw out, really good conversations with the director, Janine, and with Mo about these very things. And they are agendized on tomorrow's meeting. There's a couple of things that are agendized as far as the bylaws and who we are as a board. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other member, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so I find BHAB to be vital to the charter here. And I wonder if we could ask that all contracts go to BHAB for a recommendation first, with a recommendation showing up on our agenda. Because a lot of times I read the contracts and I wonder, what does BHAB think about this? There's a big disconnect between what they may be discussing and what shows on our agenda and in this room.
So I think have been a lot of challenges with the changes that needed to be made to BHAB for them to be able to successfully implement that type of policy. I think with the addition of a couple new board members, we will be on our way. They're discussing the bylaws tomorrow, and I think that there's a really good opportunity to get things back on track. So fully understand the recommendation, and we'll work to try to implement that in a way that's successful. Thank you for that. Any other members of the public that wish to comment on something that's not on the agenda, either in the room or on Zoom? I do not have anyone in the room, and I have no hands raised on Zoom, so I will move on to item number 3, the consent calendar. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Are there any board members that wish to pull an item for separate consideration? Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, 3AA, just for a comment. This is a retroactive agreement. Usually I have concern about retroactive agreements. Amber Fizette reached out, explained the chronology here, and it makes sense to me. I think this is appropriate, so I'm not pulling it.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak?
Just item 3Z for comment.
Okay.
Is that
Please.
3Z is the Department of Transportation's Local Road Safety Action Plan Final Report. There's a lot of really good information in that report about the county road safety issues, and just if people have any kind of interest in that, that's the place to look for it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other supervisors that wish to comment on an agenda item that is on the consent calendar? One? Okay, I'm not seeing any other supervisors with pens raised, so I would like to go to public comment. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on the consent calendar? Seeing no one come forward in the room and seeing no hands raised on Zoom, I would just like to say there are a couple of noteworthy proclamations on the consent calendar today, one for Head Start Awareness Month. And we know that children's developmental time when they are very young is incredibly important for their successful futures. So I'd like to thank all the caregivers and parents that are with us in the room today. And then also last Monday was Indigenous Peoples Day in Mendocino County, and that proclamation is on the board agenda for today. So Supervisor McGordy, did you have a question or comment? I don't think your microphone is on.
Move approval.
Oh, thank you. Have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And we will vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We are now on to item 4A, discussion of possible action including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, or various other county department heads or designees. Are there any department heads or elected officials in the room that wish to make comment on item 4A today? Okay. Oh, yes, I believe Sheriff Kendall is coming forward.
Good morning, Chair Mulhern and members of the board. This morning I have with me our Restorative Justice Coordinator, Buffy Barasa, and Buffy is going to kind of bring us up to date on a lot of the work that's being done over at County Jail with the Restorative Justice Program, as well as some reentry things and things like that.
Good morning, Chair Mulhern, Board of Supervisors. I'm Buffy Wright Barasa. So we wanted to talk a little bit about the Inmate Welfare Fund and what we're using that fund for. We are serving, as of last year, in our programs for the Inmate Welfare Fund programs, we served 627 individuals. And our volunteers, I want to put a plug in for our volunteers because we have a lot of volunteers in Mendocino County. They helped us with 445, and then BHRS, which is our Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, served another 278. So total last year we served 1,290 individuals. The programs that are funded by the Inmate Welfare Fund are our adult school. We have high school graduates coming out of that. We also have our reentry program. Our reentry program is a case management program with a special focus for Native American incarcerated persons. It's culturally responsive services that address key issues and client case management. Also provides support and preparation for their when they're reentering our community, which is highly important. We also have Motherhood and Fatherhood is Sacred. That is also a parenting and anger management class under the Native American Fatherhood and Families Association. We have a garden manager who runs our garden and has a crew, and so that crew runs throughout the year, 5 days a week. It provides skills and trainings to incarcerated individuals that can be utilized professionally. We have college courses also. Currently, we're running an agriculture class that happens twice a year. We've also, last year, ran a online culinary class, which was 4 weeks, and all of our students did quite well and passed those things. As far as our reentry, we have a reentry collaborative that meets once a month on the first Wednesdays. It's now on Zoom, and a lot of our organizations throughout the county are coming together, and we're talking about the gaps and trying to figure out how to help an individual leave the jail and re-enter into the community successfully. Part of our restorative justice programming has to do with reentry, also having the folks be able to be accountable for the things that they've done and then be able to move forward. And in that, we recently just started a victim impact listen and learn programming, and that is in its third week this week, and so we'll have more to report out for you on next year for that. As far as our, those are programmings that I just talked about. Those are in person, and we have some others as well. But we also have correspondence programming, so we have packets, and we've partnered with Behavioral Health and Recovery Services on those packets, and we send packets out to those who ask for them, and they're able to do anger management, parenting, recovery, criminal and addictive thinking, and things like that. And that's about it.
Thank you, Sheriff and Buffy, for coming in today. I would just love to encourage you to submit some updates to the CEO's report so that it can get published with the CEO's report, and we can work with Miriam and the executive office to do that. Supervisor Jurdy?
Just a couple questions. Is the restorative justice program that you talked about, is it grant funded and is it time limited?
Well, it's partially grant funded, partially funded through the CCP, and then from phone tolls that we have for the folks making phone calls and video calls and things like that over the jail. But we do have a little bit of funding, well, quite a bit of funding coming through the CCP at this point to help us offset some of the cost for our manager there. Previously, it was paid for from phone tolls and whatnot. But we do have some concerns that with legislation coming up, those phone tolls could go away. And therefore, we want to make sure that we continue on with this work because, honestly, we're quite proud of it. And the other issue is we have some folks, if we don't have a firm handshake on the way out the door, by the time that they get to Main Street, they could be back in custody. And so it's kind of an all hands on deck on the police, but it's also changing some behaviors and having accountability while you're.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
Thank you both for what you're doing. I think this is totally a step in the right direction and trying to build somebody up who maybe doesn't feel so good about themselves. That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day. You too. Are there any other elected officials or department heads in the room or on Zoom that wish to make a comment? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone come forward, so I would invite public comment on item 4A, which is the report that Sheriff Kendall just gave, and any other comments? Okay. With that, we will move forward to item 4B. This is a noticed public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution approving agricultural preserve number A 2022-06, authorizing the placement of approximately 1,950 acres into a Williamson Act contract. Good morning.
Morning. My name is...
Sorry, I need to, I missed my script. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence related has been sent to your email.
Okay, thank you so much. I will now open the public hearing, and we will hear from staff first. And I think that there is a spot for the applicant. I'm not sure if they're present. So let's go ahead and start with staff presentation.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Liam with Planning and Building. So before you, as was stated, is an application to place a little under 2,000 acres into a Williamson Act contract. The land is in the Round Valley area, east of Highway 162 and north of the Middle Fork of the Eel River. The land is used for cattle grazing, which is a qualifying agricultural use for a contract. And the application meets all the other criteria for establishment of a contract, including the minimum acreage requirements and annual income requirements. So the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the application to the board at their meeting on July 3rd. So staff is recommending that the board take the recommended action to hold a public hearing and approve the application. So that's all that I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do board members have any questions on this agenda item? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So with that, Supervisor McCourty.
Move the recommended action.
Well, thank you for that. I would just want to make sure that there's no public comment. So are there any members of the public that wish to comment on item 4B? I'm not seeing anyone come forward, and if you are calling in on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature, press *9. And I do not see any hands raised on Zoom. So I do have a motion on the floor. I'd be looking for a second.
I'll second.
At this time, I would like to close this public hearing. I don't believe that there are any questions, so we will vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We are now on to item 4C, discussion and possible action, including formation of an ad hoc committee to perform an inspection of completed street improvements of the feedlot lane build-out, extending the feedlot lane approximately 361 feet east to Lovers Lane. I'm wondering if Director of Transportation Howard DeShiel would like to join the meeting to kick this item off. Okay, he is on Zoom. We'll wait just a moment. Supervisor
Morning,
Jody?
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so the item is fairly self-explanatory. There are attachments that show it. In fact, there's a lot of people who probably think Feedlot Lane adjacent to Jensen's truck stop was always a county road. In fact, it wasn't. It was private. And the item before you today allows you to accept it into the county maintained system. The developer improved it to the most rigorous standards for truck traffic, heavy vehicle traffic. It should require very little county maintenance in the future as it is constructed correctly from the bottom up. And, you know, there are the appropriate pedestrian facilities along the frontage that will provide for future orderly development should, you know, other pedestrian projects in the area be completed. So if you haven't, I mean, part of this item is for you to appoint 2 of your members to go review that, but I think whoever you appoint will find that it's a fine road, and we will be recommending that subcommittee or that ad hoc committee come back to the board at a later date with such a recommendation.
Supervisor Hashak?
Well, it is very clear what is needed to be done, and so I will volunteer to be on that ad hoc.
Thank you. Supervisor Jody, did you have a question or comment?
No, just my recollection from past is that the 2 supervisors need to be from outside of the district that this road is within.
Which is District 5. Yeah. Supervisor Williams?
Are we trying to grow our road network? I mean,
I'm not sure if you're asking Director DeShiel or your colleagues or...
anyone who has an opinion. I mean, this project it may be a good idea and maybe we should adopt it, but it seems like we can't maintain the roads we already have, and here we are taking in more roads to maintain.
Supervisor Williams, I'll share an experience with you that I've had on Feedlot Lane, and that is for many years, the majority of citizens in the Ukiah Valley did consider Feedlot Lane a county road. Clearly not well maintained, heavy, large potholes, really disruptive. The developer that put in the apartments in that area did improve the road. I do believe Director DeShiel's statement that it was to the highest standard. The County of Mendocino voters passed a sales tax to remove abandoned vehicles from county roads. And I think that just because of the location of this particular very small road, it is sometimes a magnet for abandoned vehicles. And I think that this action today will improve our ability to make sure that there's not additional blight from abandoned vehicles in that area. There are adjacent roads, Bush Street, for example, that are also have some abandoned vehicles on them. It's a constant thing for code enforcement to have to deal with. So I think that because the road is in such excellent shape and it's such a very small portion of the county roads structure, I think it would do more good than harm at this point, but I understand that we have a very hard time with our county roads in general. Also, this particular area would potentially become a future City of Ukiah annexed area.
Well, I like
if
the
that
sound.
were to
I like
move
the,
forward.
I like the sound of that.
So I think, yeah, that's my personal experience on this road.
Chair, I can support it today, but I do think the board needs to have a discussion about how to better fund roads. It may be that we need to apportion more of our general fund to maintain our road infrastructure. And I wouldn't bring it up except we're adding even more road that we can't maintain to the system.
Thank you.
So maybe that could come back. Would you like me to write it up and bring it back as an agenda item?
I think you're welcome to do that, except for that your two colleagues that are on the MCOG board have also discussed that MCOG is working on that. So I think, certainly our county roads are, need a lot of room for improvement. If you'd like to bring an agenda item, I'm happy to put it on the agenda for you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor McGordy.
So I would volunteer for the ad hoc as well, since I drive by that area every day. And the other point about a private road versus public road, if I'm not mistaken, we have an abandoned vehicle on a public road. It's much easier for the county to remove it than if it's on a private road.
Sure, definitely. Supervisor Jurdy.
So I think the points that have been brought up are all very legitimate. I think the county does need to have a review process to determine if there are some county roads that can no longer be kept in the county system. I'm not sure that this is the segment of county road that can't be maintained, because it is such a it's a portion of an existing county road that's a gap. And then the other is I think, as Supervisor Mulhern said, I think it's incredibly likely that the City of Ukiah is going to annex this area in the not too distant future. So for those reasons, but I do think that the planning process that MCOG is starting with County DOT to look at funding county roads is going to come back to this board sometime in 2025. And I think the issues that have been discussed today are all going to be relevant as part of that discussion in 2025.
Thank you. Yep. County Council.
I just wanted to make sure the board checks in with DOT about whether there's any timing issues with the ad hoc. I don't know if it is something that can be completed before year end, given that Supervisor McGordy volunteered.
Director DeShiel.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Howard DeShiel, your Director of Transportation. This should be a rather quick review that we schedule with the two supervisors within a week or two, and then they would need, we'd have to put an item on for them to come back and give their recommendation to the board. So I do think there is time to do that before the end of the year. I think it can be done. They just have, the way the system works is they have to report back to you, then you have to accept their recommendation or not accept their recommendation.
Thank you. CEO Antle.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out that typically we close out the ad hocs. That would be December 17th this year.
Okay. Well, I think that the two supervisors that have volunteered could likely get together and bring the item back to the board before then. And I would like to open this item up for public comment. So we are on item 4C. I'm seeing no one come forward in the room. I have no hands raised on Zoom. I did have 2 volunteers, so I'd be looking for a motion for establishment of the ad hoc as listed in item 4C. Supervisor Hashak.
I move approval of the formation of the ad hoc committee.
Second.
Supervisors Hashak and Supervisor McCourty. Are you good, Lily?
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Item 4D, discussion and possible action including direction to staff regarding the recommendations and proposed corrective action plan for the California State Controller's Review Report for Mendocino County Internal Control over financial reporting for period July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. This item is being brought forward by Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Sarah Pierce. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Counsel Scott. Hold on one moment while I am being added to the Zoom. Good morning. So in front of you is the proposed corrective action plan that has been created to help address the findings within the internal audit or internal control over financial reporting. I know it's kind of small, but I can go through these one by one for feedback and consideration. So moving on, for finding 1, it was fairly large. It related to the untimely financial transactions reports and financial statements. And within this, there was about 6 findings. The first finding was for the future reorganizations conduct a risk assessment before implementing significant changes, such as consolidating 2 elected offices. I had just made a note that the CEO's office and Board of Supervisors would agree with this recommendation going forward. There's no status, as I'm not sure what plans are in the future.
So just a procedural, I think I would like to say that thank you for coming this morning and agree that we should generally take these one step at a time with getting supervisor feedback, and if there is none, we'll just move on quickly to the next.
I agree.
So it seems as though Supervisor Jurdy has a comment on this particular item.
Yes.
Yeah, just to clarify, not only do I agree with that, and I believe the board does, the board did in fact outreach to those 2 offices. The auditor's office never interviewed, the state auditor's office did not interview the 5 supervisors, and apparently those who were interviewed failed to tell the outside auditor, state auditor's office, that the supervisors did outreach, both in public session and private meetings, with the then county auditor and the then county treasurer. The then county treasurer and the then county auditor chose not to engage in a conversation with either the CEO's office or the supervisors about planning the merging of those 2 departments. And so those 2 elected officials, or those 2 seated officials, are the ones who shut down discussion. So I do think our response should not simply say that going forward the board agrees with this. I think it should affirmatively state that the board did in fact outreach in that instance with those 2 offices, but the discussion was shut down by those holding those 2 offices at the time.
If I may, through the chair, I was not involved in the original conversations. I do believe, after talking to the state, that there was a potential conversation with supervisors. And then also, I did try to convey to the auditors that there were attempted conversations But what they were specifically looking for was a true risk assessment, which was not completed, and I understand it takes all parties to have discussions for that to be successful. So I am happy to have an additional comment added to this plan, since this is really a board recommendation to the board. I can add in your guys' comments.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy and Supervisor Williams.
You know, also I'd add to that that we did offer resources which ultimately were used by you, which is the regional government services. They were offered to then auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, Shamiz Covison, and a contract was drawn up and never utilized by her office. So I think it's important to point that out too. So this idea that we did nothing and just said, here's a good idea, let's just go ahead and combine the offices, is just absolutely not true.
Supervisor Williams.
We might note that if the state thinks this should be a requirement, the state should make it a requirement that all elected parties participate, because this board has no control, and I witnessed multiple attempts to collaborate that were essentially denied.
CEO Antle.
I would just ask Mrs. Pierce if she would clarify, because I do believe we wrote back and put those points into a document back to the state, both what Supervisor Jurdy and McGordy and Supervisor Williams just stated, because we did. And as you all know, the CEO's office and an ad hoc did attempt to work through it. But again, I think this is for the future. But Sarah, could you clarify?
Sure. If I may, through the chair, yes, I did provide a timeline of when there was outreach to the different, the two departments, and worked with the state to provide that. And I did explain that there was work to have two contracts, RGS and Client First, created, but they were ultimately looking for a true risk assessment, cost-benefit analysis, which I could not produce. That is what this finding is based on, is there was no true risk assessment.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Question, looking prospectively, I don't want to even give an example, but if there was a different example going forward, how could a future board fund a true risk assessment if you have independent parties who are independent elected, not reporting to the board, who refuse to engage and participate? I'm not clear how you could do a true risk assessment, because the risk assessment would have to say there was no participation. You know, assuming the risk assessment is done by an outside consultant, it would have to say there was no information provided by, X, Y, and Z because they refused to engage.
If I may, through the chair, I agree that all parties need to be involved to have a true risk assessment completed. Sitting in this position right now, it would have been helpful to have a risk assessment and know what the pros and cons of combining an office were. But like I said, you do have to have all participation. And if that's the comment that we would like to add back, I would just encourage one of the board members to send me a memo that I can include with this corrective action plan.
Thank you.
So moving on to the next one, continue implementing the recommendations in the Grand Jury 2023 report, accountability at the county, 25 years of transient HR leadership, and a hobbled HR department. I've worked with Sherry Johnson, the newly appointed Director of Human Resources. So that was the appointment of Sherry has kind of been completed, and Human Resources has begun working on a department strategic plan. I don't know if Sherry wants to have any comments on this, but HR has dedicated resources to help implement the grand jury report, and many items have been completed, but some are just a continuous process.
Thank you.
Hire, train, and retain competent staff. Once again, this is ongoing. Human Resources does provide monthly trainings to all staff, including supervisors and managers. There are opportunities for all staff to attend leadership courses that focus on high-performance organizations. We have an employee assistance program to promote the well-being of county employees. And Human Resources through leadership teams provide annual surveys and employee engagement surveys.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so the concern I have here is the report is asking us to do something different, and we're explaining status quo.
I would turn to Sherry for comment, or Darcy.
As Sherry makes her way down to the podium, Supervisor Williams, is there a suggestion that you have as to what would be different that you'd like to incorporate?
Well, I think we've got to pause until we come up with an idea. We have to do something different, right? This is basically explaining what we've been doing and that we plan to continue. And thank you, Sherry Johnson. And the note up above that we've appointed the Director of Human Resources is a big deal. I think that's one of the key steps to get us going in the right direction, and I fully support Sherry Johnson. But I think this particular item reads a bit as a platitude, and responding to the state, I think we need to be specific about what we're going to do that's different than what we've been doing, because what we've been doing didn't produce the results that anyone can be proud of.
Okay. Good morning, Sherry
Good
Johnson,
morning.
HR
Good
Director.
morning.
Welcome to your new position.
Thank you. Sherry Johnson, Human Resource Director. So thank you. Yeah, so recently appointed. Thank you for that. So we are working on, so one of the things that's Ms. Pierce had mentioned, that we have with the strategic plan within Human Resources, we've tied it into the strategic county plan, but we've also incorporated the grand jury's recommendations and the findings and the comments from the board. So we are currently working with, although we are doing trainings monthly, we have increased those. So during COVID, obviously they slowed down a bit. We have increased our supervisor academy. We have doing manager roundtable that are required for all managers to attend. And so those have been a great opportunity for them to come together and work on issues and ideas that they can share together. We are have just recently have new civil service commissioners who have started the Civil Service Commission meetings again. So we have revamped the civil service rules. So those will be going to the Civil Service Commission hopefully by December. But without having the commissioners, it's been a bit of a delay. We have been working with the departments to update class specifications for departments. And we've been having specialized training with also called Coffee with HR with our employee relations team, has been going out and meeting with staff. So
So what you just said,
Supervisor
if somebody's already typing that up, if we could just plop that in here, I think that's a great explanation. Okay. I mean, it's concrete, it's the specific steps we've taken.
and we are working, if I may, Chair.
Yes.
So, and also we're working with IT on evaluation process, online evaluation processes through Munis. And so we are looking forward to that. And we're also sending out step 5. So at this time, that is not a tracking process that Human Resources has been doing. When employees reach step 5 in their merit system steps, evaluations were not being completed on a regular basis. So Human Resources is starting to track those and sending out reminders monthly to departments. So we expect all employees to receive yearly evaluations regardless of what step they're at.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so can we see if there's board support? I like Sherry's answer. If we could put that in instead of what's here, I feel like it would be complete.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy?
I'm curious if you routinely have exit interviews and if you keep any statistics on why people are leaving, so that perhaps you have something specific to plan for to correct.
So if I may, through the chair,
yeah.
we are actually using what we call anniversary interviews to look at retention of staff. So we found those to be more successful than the exit interviews. We were not getting those from staff as we recommended some very, very few. So we had been focusing on your anniversary of your hire, sending those out to staff. So we have been using that information.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak?
Well, thank you for that update. When I look at this, I see that we're responding to the audit, and we're responding to the finding number 1, which is untimely financial transactions report and financial statements, and the recommendation to hire, train, and retain competent staff. My understanding is that what you were saying, the highlight would be that we're looking at reclassifying and looking at those positions within the auditor, controller, and treasurer tax collector office.
If I may, through the
Yes,
chair,
please do.
we have been doing that. So my staff has been working with Sarah Pierce and looking at the positions in the treasurer tax collector's office. We have taken the classifications to the civil service commissioners. We took them last week, and they will be coming to the board, I believe, November 5th.
Yeah, so I think that that's what's really relevant to this corrective action plan.
If I may, through the chair, the next section down below actually calls that out too.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good.
Chair,
So I have CEO Antle's hand.
thank you. If I may, through the chair, thank you, Director Johnson. She covered most of the points that I wanted to, but since then, I've also directed all the department heads that report to me to have their staff attend this training. As we know, with the elected officials for their attendance at this meeting, it does require relationship building between the county and the elected officials to support these programs. So I just wanted to add that more mandatory trainings and attendance is being required as well.
So thank you for that. And that was going to be my point as well. I think that having an HR director is amazing. I think that our acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector has done a very good job of helping staff feel empowered to be participatory in the changes that the auditor that the audit actually requested, and also just improving morale in the department in general. At the end of the day, the Board of Supervisors does not control any other elected official, and it does require relationship building. We can do our best through HR department, through a budgeting process to improve a department, but we do have independently elected officials that are overseeing the day-to-day management of departments. So I appreciate that what you've brought forward today is really what the Board of Supervisors can do to participate in the improvements, but it's important for the public to really understand that people that are independently elected to these positions, the Board of Supervisors does not have any control or power over them. We are meant to be working cooperatively together to make these improvements, and I think it's very important for everybody to understand that. HR Director, yes, Sherry Johnson.
Through the chair, Sherry Johnson. I do want to say that the elected officials have been sending staff to the management roundtables, so it's been a great collaboration. And I want to also thank Chief Locatelli, because he has also been a presenter at our management roundtable, working collaboratively with Katie Ford for training. So we appreciate that.
Thank you. If you could please go ahead with your presentation.
Sure. If I may, through the chair, the next recommendation was formalize and implement policies and procedures for journal entries in the annual year-end accounting close. So we are in the process of looking at numerous policies and procedures, which was attached to Appendix A. Specifically for the journal entries and the year-end process, the goal is to complete that policy and procedure by the end of the calendar year, December 31st. So it is in process. We are actually looking, utilizing one of the contracts, Client First and IT, to one, standardize journal entries, and two, make them automatic process. Right now it's very manual, and a lot of paper is sent back and forth between departments. So that is in the works, and the goal is to have it completed by December 31st.
Thank you.
So the next is develop and implement a plan with milestones and targeted completion dates for processing the backlog of journal entries. So the backlog of journal entries was addressed and completed in December of 2023. And then this is kind of the finding that we were just discussing. A full review of staff functions has been conducted for both the auditor, controller, and treasurer tax collector's office to ensure adequate coverage and timely completion of tasks. A formal request for an organizational restructuring of the TTC side was brought to civil service on October 16th, and they did recommend moving it forward. So an item will be brought to the board on November 5th for the reorg of TTC. And then a formal request for an additional FTE for the auditor's office is being requested at Q1 through the board agenda item.
Yeah, so it's not uncommon when two departments merge that some of the administrative staff functions get consolidated. And we recently saw a presentation from Behavioral Health and Public Health when those two departments merged. Of course, they are significantly larger departments than either the treasurer or the auditor's office. I think those offices are about 12 and 13 positions versus Behavioral Health and Public Health maybe a couple hundred people. But anyway, but in doing that, they specifically chose to merge primarily their administrative functions, and that's where they were able to, again, much larger departments, but they essentially they reported 13 fewer administrative support staff. Again, people now moving in, I believe, in some cases in the same office, so that if someone walks into the building or into their offices, they're greeted by administrative support staff they could be working for either department, doesn't really matter. For the customer, for the public, they're just seeing one welcome staff. And I guess I've always wondered, even though these two departments are very tiny at 12 and 13 positions, to me it would make sense that maybe some of the walls would physically come down. There'd be one point of contact for someone to walk in. You know, over here, you're talking to treasurer staff who are collecting tax dollars. And over here, you're talking to someone in the auditor's office. We know historically it's largely county employees who go and talk to the auditor's office because they're talking to payroll. Now, payroll's not even in that office anymore, so I don't even know what the current foot traffic is in the auditor's office. I would guess it's fairly tiny, and very few people from the public even go there. But anyway, it's just, to me, it's like an obvious thing to look at is when two departments combine, kind of one of the first things you look at is, are there people who could serve administrative support for both departments, because now it's under one leadership. So I guess my question is that part of the review?
Yes, it was. If I may, through the chair. Yes, it was. I don't want to get too off topic because it will be an agendized item next meeting. But yes, that was looked at. I have looked at, the structural. Does it make sense to take down a wall? It does not, because right now the TTC side is secure. It acts as if it's a bank. So we would have to reconstruct the auditor's office side to be just as secure if we were to do that. And we don't have the funding to be able to currently do that. There are positions which will be more split between the offices, and it relates more with Treasury and the investment side. But the two offices do have very specific functions, and we have to keep them that way for separation of duty. You have the Treasury side handling and balancing, and then collecting side, and then the auditor's office, really there is minimal public interaction. We have special districts coming in, and we have taxpayers coming in for tax-related questions. So it has been reviewed, and there will be a proposal next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next one is recognize revenue in Munis in a timely manner. The timely recognition of revenue has been addressed. It was completed with the 22-23 fiscal audit, as there were no findings, and they considered our revenue and expense recognition appropriate. Consider investigating the 14 bank accounts to determine whether they were any fraudulent activity. This was completed in January 2024. The 14 bank accounts were actually self-reported to the State Controller's Office as part of the investigation that, or review that when I stepped in, had identified these were not previously reported to our auditors or the state audit. We reviewed the activity. There is no fraudulent activity in there. Centralized county financial activity within Munis. So during fiscal year 22-23, the county was able to record adjusting entries into Munis. So we have improved accuracy, transparency, and financial oversight, and this will be a practice that will continue. So that's completed. The county is in the process of addressing concerns about social services disbursements from the state not being recorded in Munis. So there was an upgrade in February of 22, which broke the connection between CalSAW's program and Munis. The transactions are being housed within a table in Munis. It's just we are not able to fully access that. So Social services, myself, and IT have been working diligently to try to get this fixed along with Client First. And we believe we have a solution, and we're very close to being able to implement that.
Thank you, Supervisor Jordy.
Can you just clarify that first paragraph, that information has been incorporated into Munis? I believe what you're getting there is prior to your moving in there as acting auditor, there was widespread suspicion in the county that the then auditor's office was maintaining some financial information outside of Munis in Excel spreadsheets. And what I believe you've reported that in fact that was the case. And I think what this paragraph gets to is that the information now is entirely within Munis, so that now if someone is on the fiscal team at the executive office, is in a county department fiscal team, and wants to see what's the current balance, expenses, et cetera, within any one fund, all the information is now within Munis, and there's not some separate set of books in an Excel spreadsheet hidden away in the auditor's office. So is that basically what you're getting at with that paragraph?
If I may, through the chair, the auditor's office does rely heavily on Excel files and tracking. What was not being completely entered into Munis was the adjusting entries that the that the outside auditor would recommend. So if we didn't classify expenses correctly, or we needed to do a reclassification, all of those suggested audit entries were not put into Munis previously. So what it means is when you tried to run a financial statement, it would never match what the financial statement is that's prepared by the outside auditors and accepted by the auditor's office. We've corrected that, so going forward, we should be able to run a report out of Munis that will match identically to the ACFR.
So, and when you say we, that means anybody in the county that has access to Munis. So if someone's in a county department that wants to know what's the accurate number for their department, they could go into Munis and get that accurate number.
For their departments, yes. Only the auditor's office is able to run it for the entire county. Outside of just recently, I believe the executive office and the budget team has increased access. The auditor's office is the only one that truly has full access.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then the next one is the county is in the process of reviewing various functions within Munis to gain efficiencies by automating processes. I've kind of already talked about this. We're working with IT and Client First to automate certain things such as journal entries, fixed asset tracking, invoicing, and bank reconciliation. So that's an ongoing process.
Thank you.
Okay, so then the next, that's finding one. The next finding is finding 2 inadequate controls over bank reconciliation process. So the first recommendation was reconcile bank and general ledger balances to the county's treasurer records on an ongoing timely basis to ensure cash balances reported in the general ledger is complete and accurate. So during 22-23 and 23-24, we are reconciling the general ledger to the county's treasury reports to the bank statements. A full implementation of an automated monthly bank reconciliation is still in the works. There are things we have to modify, such as how we track and record credit cards that will need to be implemented first before we can implement a full automated bank reconciliation process.
Supervisor Williams?
When did the county last reconcile bank and general ledger balance?
We balanced it in 22-23.
Yeah.
Historically, we were balancing it to ourselves. So whatever we reported on the Chandler report is what we were balancing to.
We've never balanced to the bank.
We did in 22-23. We took the true bank statements and balanced it to what the Munis cash balances were.
But prior, I guess I'm wondering, is there a period of time where we stopped this practice? It should have always been in place, or was it that the county was never?
I don't know the answer to that. I know that the full reconciliation process in Munis is still not fully working, but we are balancing it to the bank statements. Prior to that, there was a time we were balancing it to a self-reported amount. I'm not entirely sure what was done prior. I do believe that there was reconciliations at one point done in an Access database.
Thank you.
Okay, so then develop a plan and complete the backlog of reconciliation. So this is part of your comment, Supervisor Williams. A backlog of prior bank reconciliations is not possible because of some of the adjustments that were required, that were not entered into Munis.
Chair.
Supervisor Williams?
I wonder if rather than unable to complete, because we could complete it, we're just deciding to not prioritize it. And for good reason, I can support you on that. But I don't know if we want to tell the state we're unable to complete. It's more that we're too poor to complete or it's not a priority for us.
We would need to, if I may through the chair, we would need to go back to historic financial statements and re-enter all of the adjusting entries that were not.
And I think that's what I think that's what's implied in their finding. And so it's not that we're unable to complete; it's that we're choosing not to. And I can support you on that. That's not my issue. I just want to be accurate in our language.
I can modify the wording.
Well, how does the board feel about it?
Well, I agree. It looks like everybody agrees with that, just adding due to time constraints.
Okay, so the next one is update, formalize, and implement policies and procedures to ensure that reconciliations are completed, reviewed, and approved in a timely manner. Once again, we have numerous policies and procedures in the works. The bank reconciliation policy is one that we're trying to get implemented by December 31st, which would include being able to fully utilize Munis to reconcile the bank accounts. Okay, so finding number 3 was insufficient internal controls over payroll. Segregate the duties in the payroll adjustment process to ensure that no individual is able to create, approve, and record pay adjustments unilaterally. So I might need to defer to CEO Antle on part of this, but segregation of duties for miscellaneous pay and processing has been implemented. There are 4 miscellaneous pay adjustment codes, and anyone that is entering one of the 4 is not the one that's processing payroll. And then documentation for miscellaneous pay code adjustments are required and saved as part of the payroll records. Additionally, prior to completion of payroll, both myself and the CEO review the payroll register and provide approvals. And then once the payroll is approved and completed, the payroll manager submits the posted payroll register back to us that we can compare to make sure there was no additional changes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Supervisor Jordy, apologies.
So I don't know if they're getting at this, but I'll just ask it anyway. Is there any third-party, second-party evaluation when a department or work unit within a department submits for overtime? Like, who verifies that the overtime actually occurred? Is it anybody outside of that department that verifies it? Or is there a control on that, I should say?
I would need to defer to CEO Antle or Sylvia in the room.
CEO Antle?
Chair, if I may, at this time, it's controlled within the department and the department level person that enters the payroll. So, for example, we have a multiple step process. So if an employee enters, 2 hours of overtime, it then goes to their payroll processing person who then approves that and uploads it into the system. Those reports are being ran monthly now and provided to me by Director Johnson to review the amount of payroll by department, by individual on a monthly basis. So we are questioning the overtime, to your point.
So it sounds like there's maybe more information going to the CEO's office, human resources, than in the past, but there's not yet, or there isn't a process for anyone outside of the reporting department to do a spot check or a validation that the overtime was actually worked, at least as we speak.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I understand. I can go back in some departments. For example, I question, why did Joe have so much overtime? And then they report back, oh, there was, the road blew out and we had extra time with road crew. We had an additional child that we had to take care of during that time. So there's questioning. The department can run it at any time that they want. I'm not quite sure who you're referring to.
Well,
about running.
I'm not referring to any one department. I'm just saying, I'm just asking, because it seems like the function of an auditing function, which this is reporting to the state auditor's office, is usually that there are controls to make sure that everything is on the up and up. And so our system, it sounds like, that the County of Mendocino has, is that to ensure that everything's on the up and up is controlled within the department itself, and there's not a second layer of control outside of that department.
Yes, and to my knowledge, and I think Acting Auditor Controller Pierce can confirm that payroll has not been routinely audited by our outside auditors in the past. So it is something that we're doing more of. As you are aware, this department was under the prior auditor controller in September of 22. She asked my office to take over, and we have done so, and we're implementing. There was a lot to learn at that time in a quick time frame, and so I appreciate the staff stepping up and taking on this. And every day we're learning more and more about what we can do to improve the processes. Honestly, there's far less complaints about payroll now than we've ever had before, but maybe there's something additional we need to do with our outside auditors to have a more formal review of payroll.
So I'll just say this and drop it. Over at the retirement system, part of the audit process is that at the request of MSERA and in discussion with the outside auditors, for the last couple of years, there's been some spot checking on payments that have gone to retirees, just to confirm, where they could validate that what is in the system was the correct amount. And this is more complicated because we're talking about real-time payroll, and submittals for overtime. But it seems to me that there could be a process in place where there's sort of random checks from outside of a department to evaluate, did that overtime actually occur? That's what I'm saying.
Acting Auditor Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector Sarah Pierce.
Yeah, if I may, as part of the annual comprehensive audit that we are going through, they do review payroll, they do pull samples. It is typically the samples of the highest paid employees, and then there are random samples that they do pull. So they are, but probably not at the level of detail that the board seems to be requesting.
I have Supervisor Hashak and Supervisor Williams with pens, and I'm just, as CEO Antle is describing, I think she is doing the spot checking, and so I'm wondering if it's more appropriate to add that is happening. It is happening outside of that, just in the payroll department. Supervisor Hashak.
Myself as well, as part of the review that CEO Antle and myself are before we approve the payroll. Overtime is one of the things that we are checking. I compare it back to previous payroll registers because it is really hard to tell at any given time. There may be an emergency at the sheriff's office that is driving higher needs.
Supervisor Hashak, did you still have a question?
So, yes, in 2022, we had one person doing these adjustments. And now it looks like we have 4 people who are signing off on any adjustments. Is that correct?
If I may, through the chair, yes, the person that is entering the miscellaneous pay codes is not the one that's processing the payroll. So there's a double check there. And then both the CEO, Antle, and myself are signing off on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think that comment goes into kind of the next finding. So in addition to the segregation of duties noted above, there is also cross-training of payroll staff. Previously, there was one individual that could process the payroll. Currently, there are at least 2 individuals who are fully trained and a 3rd individual who is training as of this month. There is a creation of the full payroll processing life cycle and a procedure manual that is ongoing. I believe we're working with Client First to complete that. And then biweekly check-ins with Client First, a contractor specializing in the payroll processing within Tyler Munis. They're offering best practices and guidance.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and then moving on to finding 4, The lack of established policies and procedures, review, update, and document accounting policies to ensure consistency with current processes, ensure that its accounting policies clearly state the authority and responsibility of appropriate parties, and then disseminate the accounting policies to responsible individuals. So in Appendix A is a list of all of the policies and procedures that the auditor's office is trying to complete. As you can see, there's quite a list. So the goal is to have these completed by the end of the fiscal year, June 2025. And we are planning on implementing trainings once we get these policies and procedures rolled out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any supervisors that have any additional questions or comments? Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I have two. If we could go back to finding one, the hire, train, and retain competent staff. I think the HR director covered the training part of that, and I'm content with where we're headed. But the hiring and retaining, I don't think we've fully answered. Over the last couple of years, I've heard, I think this board has heard, the office is short on staff and can't perform all the tasks. And we've also heard it's almost full, it's staffed better than it's been in years. And so there's definitely ambiguity for me. I don't have any visibility into staffing level. Do you have the personnel you need? Because if you don't, and you can't hire, somehow that has to percolate up to the board so that we can make the policy changes. It may be that we have to reconsider some of the position allocation table classifications.
If I may, through the chair, so that is exactly what we are doing. So it was brought to civil service on October 16th for the reorganization of the TTC.
Yeah.
The TTC side was the side that was the most impacted by the consolidation of offices, because not only did you lose Sherry Shatmeyer, the treasurer, you also lost Julie Forrester, who was the assistant, and trying to reconfigure all of the duties. So we will be bringing on November 5th a request to hire an additional staff in that office and to do a reclassification.
I wonder if that should be part of our response.
It is. It's right. It's under the development and implement a plan with milestones.
But I mean under hire, train, and retain competent staff.
I can move it to that section.
If I had written the original report and I saw this answer, I would think it's a bit of a mismatch with what's being asked. But I like your answer. We just need to include it. And the second concern, I think this report, in the overarching sense, touches on it, but it's also really a public concern that this board isn't afforded any sort of regular financial reporting. This has been going on since before I got here, but at least 6 years. It's been really hard for me to do my job. I have no idea where departments are on actual versus budgeted. And I don't know if it's really on auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to provide this. It could be the departments needing to give it to the CEO and the CEO give it to us. I don't care how it happens. Different counties do it differently. But somehow this board needs to be apprised, the public needs to be apprised of where we are on spending on a monthly basis.
CEO,
Are we getting there? And when? Because I think we should include that in the report. I think the findings are really pointing at lack of transparency. And one of the most important items of transparency is regular financial reporting.
Sure, if I may, through the chair. So we were only able to get the financial system up to where it needs to be able to produce the financials in June of 2024.
Okay.
So the next report out is November 5th for the Q1. I will be bringing an item forward for the closeout of 23-24, a preliminary, which will list a budget to actual. So at the next board meeting, you will be seeing some financial statements.
Fantastic. Should we include that in this report?
I can make a note.
That seems like a milestone.
CEO Anto?
Thank you, Chair. It is a huge milestone. This has been requested, the budget to actual, and the work that acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and her staff have done over this last year, 12 months, is a huge lift. That was 6 audits. We've gained so much transparency, and we've moved so far forward in just a 12-month period. And so we are all excited to be able to run these reports and have them to you starting in November. But again, they will get better and better as we have access to the data and the data becomes more timely. So thank you, Sarah Pierce. Thank you to your staff and the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector's offices. I know it's been a lot of work for y'all.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
This represents an amazing body of work. in a really short period of time. And congratulations to Ms. Pierce and her staff, and also to CEO Antle, who's given support to this project, because I know that her staff has also been very involved, including IT, and also the Board of Supervisors, who have really great concerns about this and have taken a lot of public heat over our sort of lack of knowledge of what's really going on financially inside of Mendocino County. This addresses that, and as the next board comes on in January, they're going to be in a much better place than our board was in January of 2020 when I came on board. So thank all of you for the work you're doing, and we're totally going in the right direction. I realize there's still things to be improved, but wow, amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, and I do appreciate hearing that all that work has been accomplished in the last 12 months, and that going forward that the county be in a much more transparent place where its budget is. It actually kind of reminds me of a situation years ago at City of Fort Bragg, small finance department of 5 staff, very different, but when there was for years, council members of the public would ask, why can't we pay our water bill with a credit card or a debit card? Why do we have to pay with a check that could bounce or with cash? And the answer was, well, it's just too much work, too complicated for us to offer that software for members of the public to pay it automatically on their credit card or debit card each month. Well, at some point there was a change in leadership in that department of 5, and suddenly the work that was impossible to do became possible. I happened to just be in City Hall a couple times on a weekend and happened to see that department head and some of the key staff in there on the weekends, and it kind of became apparent to me that sometimes what's not possible is actually possible. It's just that it takes extra work and the dedication of the employees to do that extra work. So I do appreciate what you and your departments, both departments, have done in the last year. I'm sure that there was a lot of extra work that went into all this catch up and to set the county up for a better transparency going forward.
Yeah, if I may through the chair, it has been a significant lift, and there's been a significant amount of comped, uncomped time worked that both offices have put in to get to this point. And we've made a lot of changes, and I know it's difficult on the departments, and I want to just appreciate really everyone in the county because the changes that the departments are feeling, it impacts everyone. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the updates, and including the board members' comments. I would like to open this item up for public comment. We are on item 4D.
Can I ask one comment? So will someone from the board be providing a written notice on how you want to respond to the first finding and first recommendation?
Supervisor Jordy.
During the meeting, I submitted an email.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any members of the public in the room that wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll go online. I have hands raised by Hannah Nelson and Jasmine Randall.
I'm sorry, it was the wrong item. Sorry, lower hand.
Thank you. Jasmine Randall.
Hello, good morning, members of the board, CEO Antle. My name is Jasmine Randall, and I'm here with the Mendocino County Farm Bureau. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on agenda item 4D regarding the review of Mendocino County's internal control over financial reporting. I'm here today because the findings of this review and the proposed corrective action plan will significantly impact the fiscal health of the county, which in turn affects essential services, including the ag community. So I just wanted to go over, I did submit online comment, but I wanted to go over some key areas of concern. So the first one being transparency and stakeholder engagement. We just want to encourage stronger engagement with stakeholders during the implementation of the corrective action plan. And we want to know how the board plans to ensure that there's clear communication and opportunities from input from important sectors throughout the county. The next thing, we would like more information on how the weaknesses in internal control identified in the report affected county services. And we'd like better clarification in the response to the recommendations of finding one of the report. Another thing that we would like to better understand is the decision to move payroll to the CEO's office. We just want to know if it's going to be a permanent change or if it'll revert back to the auditor tax collector after the elections are held. We would like to request more information on the timeline for implementing the corrective actions, and how does the board plan to prioritize the areas that are impacted by the audit, and how will human resources ensure that they can hire, train, and retain the competent staff needed to execute this plan. And lastly, we urge the board to establish clear benchmarks for progress and provide regular public updates on the implementation of the corrective action plan. These measures are critical for rebuilding public trust and ensuring future financial reporting complies with required standards and completing that action plan. All in all, the Mendocino County Farm Bureau emphasizes the importance of transparency and ensuring the corrective action plan is properly implemented. And we also want to urge the board to consider involving additional outside expertise to further strengthen the actions being taken. Maybe there's like past county employees with experience or expertise that could be consultant for recommendations on moving forward and continuing through the corrective action plan. But we do look forward to the progress that you guys are making, and we appreciate everything you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have any other hands raised online, and I have no one coming forward in the room, so I'd like to invite a motion from the board or final comments. Supervisor Hashak?
Well, just a follow-up comment on the comment from the Farm Bureau is going forward, is there going to be a regular report back to the board, like in quarterly or 6 months? How do we track the progress? I guess that's what I'm hearing from the Farm Bureau.
If I may, through the chair, I can bring it back every 6 months. Quarterly, I can try quarterly, but it may not be time effective, so I can at least bring it back every 6 months.
Okay, and if there's any milestones that happen in between, you could certainly let us know.
Correct. I can report that out in what is it, 3A, the department head meeting, or department head update.
Very good.
Right.
With that, I'll make a motion to approve the recommended action.
Second.
Thank you. And I'm going to take this opportunity to ask you to also use the CEO report as a written opportunity to update the community on what's happening with the plan. Okay, vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Before we start in on item 4E, we are going to have a short break, I think 10 minutes. So we will meet back at 10:25. Please go outside, take a breath of fresh air, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Great. At this time, I'm calling the Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. We are on item 4E, discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance, amending Chapter 10A-17 of the Mendocino County Code to limit 2 non-nursery CCBLs on 1 parcel to 10,000 square feet of total plant canopy, adoption of CEQA resolution regarding an addendum to the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration, and provide direction to staff on the handling of CCBL applications submitted before, we are back in session, before the requested ordinance amendment. Thank you for your time. And I'm not sure, Deputy CEO Dunicliffe, are you kicking this off?
Deputy County Counsel Jared Schwass with us.
Oh, apologies. I see you on Zoom. Good morning. We cannot hear your audio. Okay, try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair Mulhern, Board of Supervisors, County Counsel Scott, Deputy CEO Dunicliffe, Deputy County Counsel Jared Schwass, presenting this item as directed by the board. I'll briefly go over the overview of the ordinance amendment and then discuss the requested options. As directed, we put together an ordinance amendment that will cap mature cannabis canopy to 10,000 square feet per parcel and to 5,000 square feet for RR5 zone parcels in the county, which aligns with the perceived legislative intent. In addition to the ordinance amendment, we also prepared a addendum to the previously adopted MND. In that addendum, we analyzed the potential impacts of the ordinance amendment and conclude that no further environmental document or study is required based off this ordinance amendment. And then in addition to the ordinance amendment, we also bring forward 2 options in handling the applications that were submitted, hoping to take advantage of the department's internal procedure number 9. Those 2 options are: 1, deny the applications because they will not satisfy code requirements after the ordinance amendment and refund the application's fees, or complete the review of those applications and issue the licenses if all other requirements are met. And for the reasons described in the staff report, staff does recommend that the board move forward with option 1. And I'll leave it open up to questions.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I was surprised to see the language of this agenda item from the previous motion. I wouldn't have expected any modification to the environmental document. I think opening that document is a large risk to the county. My personal opinion is somebody will sue the county and will spend more money, either outside counsel, our own counsel, paying settlements. One way or another, it's going to be a large financial hit to the county. So it surprises me that modifying the environmental document is even being discussed. I would not have expected that.
County Counsel Scott or Deputy Schwass?
Charlotte Scott, County Counsel. I just want to add that whenever there is an ordinance amendment, the addendum to, or some addendum, if there was a mitigating negative declaration, is required. So that's why you see that.
Nor would I have anticipated an ordinance modification. I thought we were providing clarification, and somehow it's gone from providing clarification to modifying an ordinance and modifying an environmental document. I mean, that's a whole can of worms. I can see this being very costly for the county.
Additional board comments before we hear from public comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Supervisor McGordy?
So I just appreciate a reiteration of our options. That would really help me again to hear what's on the table.
Deputy County Counsel Schwass?
Yeah, sorry. Was the question you wanted a reiteration of the options?
Yeah, that was the question.
Okay. Option 1 is to deny the applications that were submitted because they will no longer be in compliance with the cannabis ordinance once it is amended, and then the department will refund the application fees that were submitted for those applications. And then, or number 2 is complete the review of those submitted applications and issue the licenses as on a grandfathering basis if all other requirements are satisfied.
Supervisor McGordy.
How many applications are in play right now?
12.
So we're talking about another 60,000 square feet of cannabis cultivation would result from those 12 applications?
I'm not sure if all of the applications are taking advantage or applying for 10,000 square feet. I'm not sure of the square footage for each application. I will add also that the applications are at various stages. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 that have not submitted any payment, and there are only 2 where the department has spent any time actually looking and reviewing. So they're at the very beginning stages of the application stage.
Okay, I don't have any additional pins raised by the board, so I'd like to go to public comment first in the room, and then I do have at least one hand raised on Zoom. If you're calling in on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature on the Zoom platform or press *9 on your phone. And there will be a time limit per comment at 3 minutes. And if you could do your best to not be repetitive, that's helpful. And also if you can form a line so that I can see how many speakers we have, that would be great. Public comment. Yes, please. If you could state your name for the record. Go ahead. Come on forward.
Hi, I'm David Kursfeld. I am a local Mendocino, and my kids, I'm a father and a part of our community. And I am here to support our economy and our environment and support the expansion of cannabis for our local carpenters, painters, restaurants, and our whole economy as a whole. I think that it's the cleanest, I know that it's the cleanest agriculture in our state. And it's to a fault that our community is stuck in an old war on cannabis when we have a competitive advantage in our geological location that allows us to be the tip top of this marketplace. And we can bypass this on previous bias because of illegal cannabis poor behavior, or we can embrace our local businessmen who have done an excellent job of following the rules, paying their taxes, and being a part of our economy. And we can have a flourishing downtown again, not just in Ukiah, but also in Willits and in Laytonville. We have big valleys in our county. Our county is only 10% ag land, and if we allow it in our agricultural land, we won't be impeding on the mountains and the homes in the mountains, but we will be embracing what our environment here produces. And it's a shame. We had timber, we had plums, we had sheep, we had grapes, and now we have cannabis. And we can look past this due to past uproar against it, which is just a bias on the previous activities of bad actors. Please support our economy and support our environment of Mendocino County. Thank you.
Hello, guys. Thanks for hearing us today. I appreciate your time being here. I kind of work this from both ends because I'm also a distributor as well as a grower here, and I do have a license, a legal license in Mendocino. The worst thing I ever did was get a legal license by far. It's been hell going through this process, and it's actually been 7 years. I'm still on a provisional license, so I don't know what's going on in this county. But I can tell you that when I do sell tens of thousands of pounds of marijuana a year all over the state, when I say this marijuana is from Mendocino, eyes light up. People know we have the best cannabis in the state, but we are being strangled by only being able to grow 10,000 square feet. we can't compete with Glass House down in Santa Barbara who has 5 million square feet, and they're tanking the prices in the state. We can't compete. We can't grow enough. It's $338 is the algorithm we use to produce a pound of marijuana in this state, and the black market is selling it for $100 a pound in this county. We're dying. We need to produce more to keep up with the rest of the state. I understand the environmental impacts in this county, but we're not doing it. I'm watching Laytonville, all the businesses close. Now Willits, now Ukiah is closing businesses. It's a terrible economy, I understand, but the marijuana and the wine keep this county going. And we need to keep revenue in this and taxes coming into this county to keep things going. I just saw you talking about the roads and how broke we are. But we really need help. We're dying on the vine. The black market growers in this area outnumber us 10-1, and we got to compete with that. So please consider this motion. And 10,000 square feet is not a lot when you're looking at a farm. It's not a lot of land. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you hearing me. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, I
yes.
do need the name of the last speaker for the record.
David Caspino.
Thank you.
My name's Joshua Keats. I want to start by saying what we're asking for today is not that the 12 or 20 people be grandfathered. We are asking that the ordinance not be amended and that we are allowed to operate under the understanding that the cannabis department has come to regarding 20,000 square feet of flowering canopy for all people in the program. By any metric, the cannabis program in this county is failing. We have lost over 50% of our licensees and will continue to atrophy operators because, quite simply, the net margin produced by a 10,000 square foot farm is not viable to support a business in today's cannabis economy. Competing with our county's producers, there are 100-acre farms throughout the state. Yet here in Mendocino, the birthplace of this movement, we are stagnating in the past and have let what was once a billion-dollar industry here in our county, the #1 export here in our county, die a slow death. The rationale I've heard in supporting of disallowing 20,000 square feet of flowering canopy feigns environmentalism as its motive. That's not what's driving it. This is prohibitionism. That's what it looks like, and it's important to call it what it is. The notion that there is some degradation to the environment from cultivating under the current regulations in the state of California is simply not consonant with reality. The California cannabis cultivation regulations are a model for sustainable agriculture in any industry. What reasonable cannabis production means in this county is allowing for cultivation limits that produce enough revenue that operators do not go out of business, and thereby continue to benefit the community by creating jobs, encouraging tourism, supporting local vendors, paying taxes, and increasing land values. Mendocino County needs a cannabis program that will be successful in today's economic climate. Today you have the opportunity to take a step in that direction. In your hands right now, you have an environmental document approved by the state that allows for this. You have an ordinance as written that allows for this. You have small local businesses standing here before you asking for this. This supports the local economy as a whole and costs the county nothing to implement. Please, supervisors, do not let uninformed prohibitionism continue its rampant disregard for the well-being of our community. Thank you. Additionally, I have a letter from the CEO of Spare Time Supply I'd like to submit to the board.
Thank you. The clerk will accept that. Just 1 second while the clerk resets the time. And if you could state your name for the record, that's helpful.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, board. My name is Ian Powell, and I am a longtime Mendocino County resident, actually my whole life. My parents, their whole life, grandparents as well. Cannabis has been a large part of Mendocino County, as we all know it, just as grapes have. To identify in the EIR and to allow us to cultivate up to 20,000 square feet, I think is just a small ask. My goal would be eventually to get to an acre in this county. I own 160 acres, and to think that I operate on less than 1% of my canopy, it would be the same as holding any one of the grape growers to that same standard. it's kind of ridiculous. And if we go back to environmental impacts on it, I challenge, we're one of the cleanest crops that there is in the state. We're tested for over 66 pesticides. I have a report here. And if we're on that I'll submit, if we're on environmentalism, here's also a water report from our Willits Water. I beg you to look it over. It's disgusting. I also have 400 online petitions that we gathered in less than a week, and over 100 signed petitions that I would also like to submit that are in favor of expanding to the small footprint of 20,000 square feet, which was still less than half of an acre, which is still less than 1% of what I total own of my 160. So again, I have a cannabis brand that I'm not allowed to, that I can't scale any longer. I've hit a ceiling, right? I'm in 50 stores across California. If I want to be in any more, I have to cultivate more. I can't cultivate anymore stuck at 10,000 square feet. If I could cultivate more, I could employ more. It'd be more tax revenue for our county. It would be more jobs for our county. It's a trickle-down effect. Look at Laytonville. Look at Willits. Look where we're at, closing stores. I've lived here my whole life. I want to continue to live here. I want to continue to raise my children here. It's important for me. This is an environmental issue. I beg any of you to come to my farm, any one of you. We've had Fish and Wildlife come to the farm. I open the doors for them. We have unannounced cannabis, inspections, thank you, sorry. Unannounced inspections with a 24-hour notice. I apologize I'm a little nervous up here. But we have inspections with 24-hour notice. We open the gates and they come in, and we've passed with flying colors. We've actually been told that if all the farms could be like this, this is an incredibly clean farm. I invite any one of you to my farm. Please come out and see what we're doing. It's in native soil. It's a beautiful place to be. And it's not what it's been painted to be from the past, and we just need to look to the future. We're going to lose our opportunity, and I feel like we need to harness it now. This room shows that we care about our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'll leave these for you.
Thank you. The clerk will collect them.
Hi, my name is Joseph Nickel. I'm a cultivator, and we're here today to talk about the increase to 20,000 square feet. And in my mind, I can't see why there would be any problem with that. I mean, it's a slight increase. We've taken every measure to ensure that, the environment's protected. It's not in areas where people don't want it, like neighborhoods, Deerwood Drive, places like that. If you step outside the county building and you look up on the mountain, you'll see 40-acre opening. And just to the left of that is Kendall Jackson's vineyard. I want to say it's about 200 acres, and it's at about 1,600 feet in elevation in red rocky soil. I'm told that they're getting around $1,500 a bottle for that. Now that whole ridge, was forested, rangeland, black oaks. Cannabis is not going to be cutting any trees. The environmental regulations stop that from happening. I got hit with a veg mod thing when my property burnt back in 2020, and all I was doing was fire remediation. Well, soon after that follows code enforcement, making me do more fire remediation because of what FEMA left behind. It's been some years since I've been able to cultivate up there on the scale that I am now. I had a 10K, it burnt, it sucked. Now I'm back at it. And what I'm finding is the quality in Willits is better than the quality that I'm producing in Ukiah. I'm noticing the difference between a farm that's right on the river, a farm that's right by the freeway, and a farm that's tucked in the hills. The appellations are real. You can see the difference in production from these different zones. I've grown in Lake County. It's hot. It's not very good for cannabis. And I just feel like we really need to come together and work with the wineries and put our awesome products together and attract more tourism. I feel like, 20,000 square feet just isn't very much. We need to be more at an acre. We need to write a whole new ordinance. We need to amend our CEQA stuff, the environmental impact report. I mean, I don't know what other industry is bringing cash flow to this county. It seems to me that people that take a piece of land and improve it and build on it, they're creating something that's going to be here forever. It's increasing the tax revenue. It's, you know, generating jobs. We're hiring contractors. I mean, I just feel like we should all just stand together when things go legal nationwide. We want to be positioned to really be able to produce and put our product out across the country or across the world. We want to be able to ship to other countries.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jesse Hutchins, business owner. Family's been here for 125 years. I'd like to say that I'm speaking on behalf of the farmers that couldn't be here because they're in survival mode, working tirelessly to keep afloat. I would like to say I support Joshua Keats' statements and Ian Powell. Being that you're all part of this community, you must ask yourself some important questions. Is creating jobs important to you? Is increasing and collecting sales tax revenue important to you? Keeping revenues from licensed farmers important to you? Keeping property values high? If in your mind you answered yes to any of these questions, you inherently support more land to be grown on. 20,000 square feet is very minimal. It should be more than that. We need economic growth in Mendo, and this will provide that. Many businesses are reducing hours and laying off staff. Sales tax revenue is at its lowest level in 5 years. Farmers are going to farm and they will pay their fees. It just may not be here in Mendo without the 20K approval, which isn't very much. It should be more than that. Property tax revenues are on their way down, if paid at all. Let's put emotion and feelings to the side. Cannabis is a great economic benefit to the county. It's time to honor Mendo's reputation and share with the world these farmers' craft. It is your responsibility to attract businesses to Mendo, not run them out to neighboring counties like Lake County where they have multiple acre farms. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, board. My name's Chris Nichols. Didn't expect to talk today, but here I am. Yeah, everyone has these orange pamphlets here for 20K, but it's just not enough at all. 20K is just peanuts compared to Lake County, Santa Barbara, and really just the whole globe. Like I'm born and raised California, lived in Mendocino, Lake County for the past 15 years. Recently just moved to Thailand actually, and Thailand is actually passing us up so fast, and they're already producing cheaper. And what the person said before, Jesse, is we want to position ourselves to be a cannabis producer and distributor, and if they do open it up, we want to be able to ship out of state, out of country, and provide what we know best here and what these people have dedicated their lives to. And other places are going to just pass us up. Production's going to be cheaper other places, and it's just going to be way easier and cheaper to produce, and they're going to be allowed to produce as much as they want. So as soon as something like that opens up, it's gone. Like everything will be gone. Like the whole growing in California could disappear. Like there's other regions that will produce for cheaper and that will put everybody out of business. So 20K right now, like that's a step in the right direction, but we need to be able to compete with not just other counties, but other states like New York. You can grow 20 acres in New York. Why can you grow 20 acres in New York, but you can't grow an acre in Mendocino, California? Like I thought we started this game over here. We blossomed this industry here so well, and now it's just fading away. Like I want to live here. I want to raise my kids here. My family wants to be here, but there's barely any money left here. Like and people want 20K, not even to make more money. People want 20K. People want an acre so they can literally survive and keep their ranches and keep living here. Like, we want to live here. There's no, the community is slowly just leaving. And like, I don't know how many of you have children and live in this community, actually care about the community, but if your community slowly leaves, what do you do? The community leaves, the money leaves. Like, you just stay here and ride it out, and what do you do? At that point, what do you do? So these people, me included, people want to stay here. People want to live here.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda Gray. I moved to Greenfield Ranch in Mendocino County in 1977, and I've been here ever since. For the last 26 years, I've worked part-time as a GIS analyst for a small environmental nonprofit called Legacy. I make maps for landowners, other nonprofit organizations, and agencies. Over the years, I've made planning maps for non-industrial sustainable timber management, road erosion control plans, stream restoration projects, post-wildfire restoration, wetland restoration, many conservation easements, and portions of the Pacific Coast Trail. Most recently, I've made plans for almost 300 acres of fuel hazard reduction to thin conifer forests and release oak woodlands of brush and young firs, improving forest health and making residents safer. I've been an environmental and peace activist since before the first Earth Day in 1970. In 2016, I began the process for my husband and I to become state licensed and county permitted cannabis farmers. If I had known then what an onerous journey that would take me on, I would never have started down that road. But we did it, and now, as of last week, with the long-awaited EIR, every required detail has finally been completed. But now we're so old, we don't want to do it anymore. But luckily, our daughter and her husband are taking it over. I'm here today to say that I don't understand the resistance to allowing even one tiny acre or 20,000 square feet, which is less than half an acre, of cannabis cultivation per parcel. As a longtime environmentalist, I can assure you that we're so regulated that you can't find a cleaner crop than legal California cannabis probably anywhere in the world. If your concern is drug addiction, it's been my observation over many decades of knowing many people who drink alcohol and many who smoke cannabis, we used to call it pot, that far fewer lives are damaged or destroyed by cannabis than by alcohol. I saw up close with my own alcoholic and sometimes violent father how bad alcoholic addiction can be. However, we live in a free society, and I think people should be able to make their own choices, even if they choose the wrong things sometimes. I have nothing against alcohol. My husband is a winemaker, and we've had a 1.5 acre no-till vineyard for almost 25 years. We've even planted Danthonia and Idaho fescue, 2 native California grasses, between the rows of our vines. Our county is struggling financially.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Stephen Amato, president of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Good morning, everybody. It feels like it brings back some old times here today. On behalf of the organization, I'd like to just express that as leader of the organization, I have seen strong emotions and opinions on both sides of this topic for sure. It's been highly controversial, and it seems to bring out folks. As about a month or so ago, I think we had a Board of Supervisor meeting hearing folks on the other side of this coin coming in and reading the room, like quite literally today. We're seeing folks that are supporting for more scalability. And here at the MCA, we're waiting to get through this current harvest cycle to start our strategic planning and working on seeing where things are at in our times. Times have changed very quickly in our cannabis world. And we look forward to analyzing, reviewing, and any sort of proposal that's brought forward towards, anything in this county. But one theme that I'm experiencing from all folks, whether it's the smallest cultivator to folks looking to be able to scale and cultivate more in this county, is they're looking for ways to remove roadblocks and create opportunities. Whether it's direct-to-consumer sales for the smallest cottage, operator, to folks needing to produce more so that they could, benefit from scales of economy. So I think that's something that, and myself as also, I'm a member of the Wine Growers Association here in Mendocino County. I'm a cattle rancher, short-term vacation rental owner, and it's a theme I think that's just kind of prevailing in this county altogether with commerce. I feel like it's a time that commerce should really come together and really explore ways that we could all increase opportunity, remove some roadblocks that might be holding us back. I mean, on my drive in today, coming from Hopland, I noticed, one of our favorite bars and restaurants recently had to close its doors. It's right on the 101 that folks enjoyed in our whole community. It's their favorite location. It's where everyone would always meet to come together on Friday nights. Just couldn't keep its doors open anymore. So we really need to start really looking into how we could help industry, and possibly helping it is maybe not restricting it as much. And like I said, from top to bottom, not just folks looking for only scalability, but those folks that I hear from my membership, those cottage operators, those mom and pop organizations that have been in this, that are those provisional first, round of licensees that are still in it and trying to hang on. Just even if they fail, they tell me they just want the opportunity to try. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kelly Mayhew. I moved here 22 years ago to raise my family, raise cannabis, and build a life. I didn't want Prop 64 to happen. I saw the writing on the wall as an egregious move in the wrong direction, but here we are, so we're all adjusting to that. And, some of us are, more aggressive and progressive than others and able to sort of handle the changes of reality that are hitting us, that hit us 5 years ago when we started looking at how do you make a legal farm and how do you even get out of the hills and do this stuff. So with that, I'm also a co-founder of Leaf Labs up in Willits. I'm also the co-founder of a farm here in Ukiah. We combined employ 70 people here in Mendocino County. With the current state of affairs, without expansion, without at least this minor little step of expansion, we see farmers falling apart left and right. We're in touch with all the farmers. We talk to them every day. We're on outreach every day. We have people crying at our door, what do I do? I'm going broke. We can't even afford to harvest because we've just lost year after year. The price keeps going down and we can't grow enough to keep up with it. Unfortunately, we will have to close our doors. We will have to move our operation to Southern California, and that's 70 jobs that we're going to lose here in Mendocino County. We're fighting this fight here, not because it's the smartest place to do it. It's because this is the place it belongs. This is where the dream of legal cannabis blossomed from. This is the best place to grow cannabis, the highest quality, the cleanest cannabis. So when I'm hunting for material to go into our factory, and we scour the state, we test everywhere, this is the cleanest place to be. It's because of our hills. It's because of our protection from the rest of agriculture. So I urge you to embrace the move forward to secure the farms that are here, the people who've worked so hard to have a license in this county. Support them. Give them just that little bit more. It's not an environmental issue to take a nursery license and turn it into a cultivation license. That's just a prohibitionist issue. That's all it is. There's no environmental impact whatsoever changing over a nursery to a cultivation. In fact, it's a less of an environmental impact. So, I mean, with all that said, please consider holding the door for just a second. Don't make this decision right now. Don't close the door and try to rewrite a bunch of stuff and wonder if you're going to get sued by a bunch of people who are tied to the mast of this thing. People have no place else to go. This is the industry we have here. What else do you expect us to do? What plan do you have for our economy if not this? If we can't take this one thing that's working just a little bit and improve it, then what do you got? And that's what I ask you guys, like really question, what do you got? Because this is what we have for you, for this community. And with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ruben Ruiz. I have 2 licenses here in Ukiah, Red Valley. Last year, I had to fight to keep my licenses active due to cannabis prohibition zone. We're now fighting to have our voices heard in regards to the industry, the collapse, price of production. We have to adjust to this market. We have to adjust to what's going on. With 10,000 square feet, how everybody says we're going to die. I feel like the county's missing out on tax revenue. Mendocino County is a mecca of cannabis cultivation. We have world-renowned growers here. It's an ideal place to grow, to live, and to succeed. With 10,000 square feet, that's out of our reach. How everybody's here is asking 20,000 square feet, which is nothing compared to our neighboring counties. It's tough as a grower to succeed, to raise a family, knowing that we're capped off where we're at now. Everybody's going to move. Our families are going to move from here. We're going to have no future in cannabis cultivation here in Mendocino County. I did have 2 board of supervisors visit my farms last year, and 10,000 square feet standing there is nothing. 20,000 square feet is literally how everybody says it's less than half an acre. So in reality, we have to adjust to everything. We have to change. We have to go with the flow. We have to adjust to the market. We have to adjust to cannabis cultivation. And without that, we're going to be sitting ducks. And this industry in this county is over. How board member Gertie said, what's not possible is possible. And we have to open our eyes. And this is possible. We can do it. We have to fight strong. We have the community behind us. And we have to have our voices heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Drew Nickel. I run a local real estate company and have a local podcast called Like It or Not. And I just wanted to come up here and say for you guys that honestly, this is a no-brainer. It's not really about Mendocino cannabis as much as it is about Mendocino County cannabis's economy in general. And I see that firsthand. There should be something that really concerns you guys on the board and everybody here in this room. And that's that we are not keeping our best and our brightest people in this county. They're leaving. That is really an issue for us. And the reason it is because there is no money, there is no economy. Our economy is dying, and I'll tell you why. We all have heard here today that some of our biggest assets is the land, the ag land, and the property around us. But look at our industries that we've had. Timber, dead. Masonite, dead. Pears, dead. And I talked to vineyard growers who haven't sold one grape in 2 years. See, what I think we're lacking here is the foresight of where the future is heading, and that Americans and young people in general aren't drinking wine as much as they used to, and alcohol for that matter. I would encourage you guys to go and Google that America is turning from a country of consuming alcohol to cannabis. So when you look at that, and you look at the generations of people that are in this room, this isn't corporate cannabis. These are local entrepreneurs who are here to bring the next step of evolution to this county, and they're sitting in the headwinds every step of the way. And I think that's something that really needs to be looked at. These are the future Fetzers and Barras of this county, and look at what grape growing did to this county. Look at the events that it brought in, the tourist destinations. Wine has seen its day, and I like wine, but that's the fact of the matter. So where are we going to head to next? Small batch cannabis does not work because it isn't profitable. See, what people don't understand is the inputs, the costs have went up, right? And to grow more, it doesn't cost you twice as much money. It costs you 20, 30% as much. So there's the ability to profit more. And what I want you guys to understand is, like, if we're not going to be creating jobs through cannabis, we can't all work at Costco, and I don't look good in an In-N-Out Burger hat, right? And so look at the businesses that are struggling: restaurants, equipment rentals, automobile sales. And in my last 20 seconds here, I just want to say there's a wave coming that you guys aren't aware of in regards in being in real estate. How many properties are overassessed right now because of cannabis and the value of land? I'm going and listing properties north of the county that are assessed at $400,000, $500,000, $600,000. I can't even sell them for $200,000. You have also, if I could just get 10 more seconds, understand that when you sell a property that has a cannabis license, I'll sell that property for $700,000. The county will assess it at an extra $300,000, $1 million because of that cannabis license.
Thank you.
Think about it.
Good morning.
Hi, my name's Jennifer Gray, and I agree with everybody who's spoken so far. I do want to say that it's really not just the cannabis companies that are suffering right now. I've spoken to a lot of business owners, and our economy is suffering as a whole. And I really just, my, I guess, hope is that we can all come together as a community and find solutions. It doesn't feel like that's what's happening currently. It feels like we, as the cannabis industry, are continued to be lumped together with the unlicensed, unregulated cannabis industry, which couldn't be farther from the truth. We all know how much, I don't know how much you guys know, but everybody in this room has stated that we go through so much regulation. We can be inspected within 24 hours. Our product gets tested for 66 different pesticides before it can enter the legal market. And you know what? If it fails, we have to destroy that product. So none of us are spraying with any of those chemicals. We are the cleanest crop. I'm just really hoping that we can all start to look for solutions, and that I think cannabis could really be part of the solution. I don't think it's the only thing. I do think that we need to be moving together forward, but I think cannabis could be a big part of our solution. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Syracuse Golden Ghost. I run a farm management company here in Mendocino. I've lived here for about 36 years now, and I'm raising my kids here. Due to the scaling issues that we have with cannabis industry here, if my children weren't living here still and still going to school in this community, I would have moved. And that's not to say I don't like the county. It's that I'm frustrated with not our government's inability to move forward, but our government's inability to see through the noise. We hear a lot of arguments here. I was here last month when we had another meeting, and we had a lot of people come up and push back against the expansion of the CCBL density, what do you call that, interpretation. Now, that rule has already been on the books from day one when we put this together. One of the things that I think is really important to recognize is that the only argument I felt was cogent at the last discussion came from the Willits Environmental Center, where they stated that the original intent of that law was for there only to be 10,000 square feet of canopy that was in flower. Now, if you look further, though, the environmental impact report done and the CEQA compliance was predicated on a 22,000 square foot total potential canopy, including nursery. Now that means that every single location that was potentially going to be a farm was assessed for its water use, pesticide use, anything else that would apply. Now that means that as we move into converting from a nursery to full flower, or putting in a second full flower and making it a 20,000, which is less than 22, we're still talking about an environmental impact that was previously assessed and accepted by this county. Whether the stated intention was for it to be a smaller amount of flower or not, that hasn't changed. So the only legal argument that I'm hearing people are worried about getting sued over is that it doesn't hold water, and in court it would fail. Now, when I speak to county supervisors and they tell me that they're concerned about seeing this in court and getting sued over the issue if they don't allow expansion, my first question is, well, do you think they would win? And the answer is no. The county is not concerned about losing that suit. They're concerned about the headache. When I hear that somebody's concerned about the headache it causes for the county, I feel disenfranchised as a person and a citizen in this county who has the legal right. The law is on my side. The studies have been done. This has been ratified. And we're going to be tossed out in the wind because someone threatens a lawsuit that has no legs? I have serious problems with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you guys doing today? My
Good
name's
morning.
Jason Zumo, man. You guys got a lot of hard work ahead of you. Busy up there. I brought my daughter in today. You guys ever explain anything to a kid? It's challenging, right? She's whispering. Explaining why we're here today. She's like, okay. Cell phone, right?
Jason, you have to stay in front of the microphone. I can't hear you.
This right here, maybe 10,000. Is Carver County, Lake County, all that, this cell phone, that's revenue for us. It's very small. It's not very helpful, right? That big board, that's why those counties are doing better. You know, I actually already jumped ship. I have 3 cannabis licenses, own businesses, hired many people in this room. Really respect what you guys are doing, but it's challenging to stay on board, right? Like you guys have heard the redundancy, right? I didn't come up here to repeat myself. I came up here to say, I appreciate what you guys are doing. It seems pretty obvious when I explained it to the kid and dropped my book down. When I explained it to you guys and put my phone up there, 20,000 square feet, seems like a good step in the right direction. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good day. My name is Jim Shaw. I'm a local business owner, and I've lived in Mendocino County for 42 years. I moved here from San Diego to raise a family, to live the rural life and the peace that we used to have here. And I'm watching what's happening right now. And when Prop 215 first passed, Mendocino County was on the cutting edge of everything. I mean, the rest of the state was dragging their ass, and our county was stepping it up, and we went light years ahead of everybody. I don't know exactly what has happened since then, but in my opinion, it's not an option for you guys. It's absolutely you got to do this. Our county is dying. Look around and watch, sure, we've got these beautiful new things down State Street. But what happens when all the little businesses on School Street are gone? What happens when the restaurants can't support? Everybody knows that cannabis money is the driving force behind absolutely everything in this county. And it affects every one of us. My business supports the concerts in the parks, the Pumpkin Festival, numerous basketball and city league teams. But we won't be able to do that unless the Board of Supervisors steps up and recognizes that we've got a future ahead of us, but it's on you to make that happen. I want to make Mendocino County great again. I almost wore my red, white, and blue hat today, but not going to do that. I wasn't actually going to speak, but these people here are super eloquent. They've done their research. They've brought the numbers to the table. You guys are really smart. And we need you to recognize your obligation to our future, to our children's future, to our grandchildren's future. I want to see this town. We've already got the reputation of being the best cannabis in the entire planet. And if we step it up now, we can be situated right there as the hub for tourism, for everybody in Thailand and everybody in London are going to be buying Mendocino County cannabis because this is the very best. And the growers here have, they've been in the backwoods for a long time. We've got more people that know exactly what to do and how to do it here than any place else in the world. And it's our Board of Supervisors' obligation to give us an opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one speaker online as well. Please come forward. You state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Humberto Núñez. I didn't prepare myself for a speech, but a little bit about me. Born and raised in Ukiah, went to Sac State, graduated as a bachelor's degree in electronics. Came back, worked as a truck driver. Picked up my contractor license as a vineyard contractor license, 2010. I had staff from 60 to 80 laborers working throughout, Mendocino County, Lake County, and Sonoma County. So I'm here to share a little bit more about my business history. I also got involved with leasing vineyards, me taking off the responsibility from the landlords and, trying to make a better profit because, my labor cost is a lot lower than the landlords. I was really fortunate from last year to lease 400 acres throughout Mendocino County, Lake County, and Sonoma. I didn't sell all my grapes. I did custom crush. This year, I only picked 200 acres of grapes and let the 100 acres just rot on the vine. With that said, I was fortunate enough, and I feel that I'm fortunate enough to pay off my loans because there's a huge line of credit behind all this. Because I have varieties, different varieties. There's demands out there. Whites are selling, reds are not selling. Now, what I'm trying to point out is 10,000 square feet. You're not having a huge canopy with 10,000 square feet. You having hoop houses, maybe 1,000 or 3,000, whatever you do. But if you have variety of different strains, then there's probably a hot market for those strains. Having that ability to grow different strains, you're probably able to sell them. You're most likely to survive with the business. There's a lot of grape growers, small grape growers, own 5 acres, 10 acres. They're not going to be able to, continue with growing their grapes. Huge people like, the KO Wine, I've talked to the owner of KO Wine. He told me the other day, hey, this is the worst year for grapes, and to me, 20,000 square feet, it's allowing more strains to grow, more variety, have a different variety, and hopefully become successful. I told all my staff before I started grape harvest, get ready. This is going to be one of the worst years for me, for them to get a paycheck, a nice, decent paycheck weekly. I mean, the maximum was $800 when it used to be $1,200, and it was only like a week or two. This year we picked 800 tons, hand picking. I'm used to do 2,000 to 3,000 tons per year. And why? Because people didn't sell their grapes. And so the more canopy, the more staff, more, people are able to sell, hydroponics or whatever, or more stuff, more material, provide more labor. And that's what we need. It's really sad, driving through State Street. There's no fancy cars out there anymore. The restaurants are closing down. The dealerships, there's not enough cars out there anymore. The service is just bad.
Thank you very much for speaking. If I let you speak again, I'm going to have to let everybody speak again, so I'm going to go online. Is it? If you could have a seat, and I can hear from the other people that are still in the audience, and also I have 2 hands raised on Zoom.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Powell, and I was born and raised in Mendocino County. I've chosen to raise my children here. I'm a local business owner focused on hospitality, weddings, and lodging. Through my work, I work firsthand with why people come to Mendocino County. They're seeking a complete, unique experience from our natural beauty to our local culture. But they also come ready to spend money in our downtown, in our shops, in our restaurants, markets. Unfortunately, we're seeing fewer and fewer offerings for them because of our declining economic situation. A key part of that decline is the cannabis industry. Our farmers are struggling because they don't have the space they need to grow and thrive. Cannabis, which has long been the backbone of our local economy, is now in jeopardy, and we see the fallout all around us. Downtown businesses, restaurants, hotels, we're all feeling the pressure. Without action, the decline will only continue. For years, cannabis has been looked down upon, especially when compared to industries like wine. But it's time to recognize that the cannabis industry is something to be proud of. It's a legal business now, and it's contributed significantly to Mendocino County's economy for generations. It creates jobs, brings stability, and has provided more economic support than many of the industries here in the region. Mendocino County has the least amount of allowed canopy space for cannabis in the entire state. Expanding from 10,000 to 20,000 square feet would give our farmers just barely a chance to survive and grow. Just barely. We need to continue growing economically as a county and come together on this issue, because it's not just a cannabis issue. It's about the future of the entire community. As a lifelong resident and a business owner, I want to continue raising my family here. But if our economy continues to stagnate, it's going to put that at risk for me and so many others. This isn't about this one industry. It's about creating a future where Mendocino County thrives and continues to be a place where families like mine can live and prosper. I urge you to support this expansion for the good of our community and for the future we all want here in Mendocino County. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Liana Costa, and I work really hard so that I can pay Mendocino County property taxes on a 17-acre parcel of land that I bought with my best friend and her parents. And each month we pay our property taxes twice a year, and each month we make a payment on the land. We're one of the 93 applicants that, oh great, we have a Mendocino cannabis license, but we don't have our DCC license, and we're not actually able to get any revenue off of this ginormous piece of land that we bought and this ginormous bill that we pay every month to the landowners and the people who loaned us the money, and to the County of Mendocino for a license that we can't effectuate and use. I drive every day, or 5 days a week, to this town where I have a job in a law office, and I listen to the stories of our clients who have been in a similar situation to myself and my best friend and her parents. But they've been here longer in that situation because they put in their applications as some of those 93 people. And when this came up, we reached out to our friends, we reached out to our family members, and we reached out to our community. And the idea that we could only have 10,000 square feet and maybe an additional 10,000 square feet of a different kind of cannabis use was a little hard. It seemed like, from our perspective, if you could grow 10,000 square feet outdoors, why couldn't you just have another 10,000 square feet to grow outdoors? I got involved in cannabis in 1995 when I heard a man named Dennis Perrone tell what happened to his lover over the devastating effects of AIDS. Traveled the world. I've called Alan Dronkers and said, I hear that you have a cannabis castle and some of your mother plants are there. I'd like to come visit. And he told me to take a train, and he picked me up there, and I spent my night there. I bought a plane ticket that went from San Francisco with a layover in Amsterdam and flew on to Delhi. And I stopped at Mila's shop, and I bought the parachute bags. And I bought myself a trek going through the Himalayas with 3 mules, 2 mulemen, a cook, and a guide, where I collected cannabis, required that we had a 5-gallon bucket, and a day that we have a rest where there was ice. And I made cold water hash in the Himalayas. And my best friend talked me into a dream that we haven't been able to effectuate, which was come to Mendocino County, the best county in the world to grow cannabis, and the best place, and start a cannabis nursery. And I can't do that. And I'm really sad, and I'm really upset that I've been involved in cannabis since 1995, and I can't realize my dream.
Thank you.
My name is Rick Peffro. I'm a local grape grower. I started leasing vineyards when I was a sophomore in high school. I own my own vineyard now. The grape industry is dying in Mendocino County. I was one of the fortunate ones. I sold my grapes this year, and I have a contract for next year, and after that, I don't know what we're going to do. But I'd estimate about 50% of the grapes weren't picked in Mendocino County this year. We need an alternative crop to grow on our lands. I've recently had a property appraised, and my ranch is worth more without the grapes on it. With the grapes on it, it's worth less. So your property taxes are going to go down, because if I have to pull my grapes, I'm going to ask for a reduction in my property tax. You guys, you need to supply us with some source of ag that we can be profitable with, excuse me, I got a sore throat. But 20,000 square feet isn't anything. And if somebody has an ag parcel, I don't know how you can restrict them to only 20,000 square feet if it's an ag land. You don't restrict vineyards to only 1 acre, 2 acres. It's ag, it's ag. And it's cannabis, it's a legal crop now. So I urge you to do away with the 20,000, go to acreage. That's what we need to do. We need to have something that we can survive in Mendocino County. And the grape industry is dying for the small grower. And the wine sales are down, again, another 12% this year, and they keep declining. So you got to look for another revenue for Mendocino County, and cannabis seems to be the one that works. I've studied blueberries, I've studied all kinds of different alternative crops. There's not a whole lot that will grow in Mendocino County, but cannabis works. And I think you need to increase so the growers can make money. Because if you can't make a profit, you're going to go out of business. And in Mendocino County, the businesses are hurting. So I urge you, increase the footprint on cannabis. Thank you.
Thank
Through
you.
the chair, if I may, could I
Yes.
ask the previous speaker for a clear restatement of his first name?
Rick.
Rick, thank you.
We are now going to go to online comments on Zoom. Hannah Nelson and then Corinne Powell.
Good morning. Thank you very much. This is Hannah Nelson, and I'm really impressed with how articulate all of the previous speakers have been. And it's nice to see that the way in which we're conversing about issues related to cannabis is productive and civil and can move forward. The first and foremost concern is to ensure that all currently provisionally licensed cultivators are transitioned to state annual licenses. And there's so much fewer of them that began this process. However, so long as the details of those transitions are realistic within the deadline for the end of provisional licensing program, now that the EIR has been certified, it's an excellent time to build upon that work. Substantial groundwork has been done, and while it would have to be supplemented, we are for the first time in many years in a position to do that work and move forward to examine the CCBL ordinance in relation to current impacts and needs. It was always anticipated that the ordinance would be a living document in the sense of examining changes. With the certification of the EIR, we have an opportunity to meaningfully look at changes with much less investment than would be necessary if the EIR had not been conducted. It will likely take additional environmental review depending on what changes might be explored. But after due diligence is conducted, ensuring that all provisional license holders are transitioned to state annual licenses, this is a unique time to begin efforts to explore those issues. And I certainly hope that we can do so. It sounds like there's a lot of energy and a lot of momentum to begin that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Corinne Powell.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I am one of those farmers who is desperately trying to get a crop well harvested this year, and I'm taking time from that to speak with you. I too, like Hannah, appreciate that the division between folks who have seemed to support expansionism and those who have wanted to maintain small batch agriculture for cannabis at 10,000 square feet are hopefully entering an era of the need for compromise, the need for partnership, and the need for us as the growing community to seek support from the county in every way possible to continue the reputation of the Mendocino brand, as well as provide for parity within the local cannabis community, i.e., there has been so much concern about the loss to resource lands that the current ordinance is extremely restrictive. no one who is licensed and which required in phase one proof of prior, which was huge at that time. We have no ability to scale up in any way. And I find it bad policy to encourage a sector of the community when other sectors are still restricted. To that end, I had suggested and have for years another type of license separation, one for craft, small batches, legacy, working as we have for generations, and a second for a larger commercial upscaling. I think that the board needs to remember also that with any kind of upscaling for activity and cultivation comes an upscaling of financial responsibility and contributions to the county's coffers. So I propose that the county coordinate a working group to bring a partnership element to this process. And that, as we did in the past with working groups, we can also coordinate with staff for the most equitable changes to our ordinance that will allow all cultivators to continue as planned. Out in the hills, we didn't have ag contamination. I'm a little concerned that those of us who began in the hills will be forced out because there isn't one affordable ag land or two appropriate ag land.
Thank you.
Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised online. Supervisor, but before I turn it back to the board, Syracuse, if you could briefly describe what you think is missing from the agenda or what agenda item should be added. Could you come forward to the microphone, please, and state your name for the record? And we'll just do this very briefly before I come back to the board.
Thanks. And I'd like to apologize to you, Supervisor Mulheron, for interrupting you. Manners are a little tough when I'm nervous. No, the issue that I wanted to bring up was that in addition to the CCBL density language being changed, there was also the discussion about what is to happen with the applicants who had previously applied before the supervisors had made a determination that maybe this wasn't going to be a viable option in the future. There are less than a dozen of them, and I have been working with some of them, and I think that it's important to speak on the fact that while on the surface it may just look like these people have only put in an application with the county and done some legwork and paperwork there and maybe paid a fee, which is refundable, the fact is that behind the scenes there's a lot of extra work that has already gone into these. I know from firsthand experience that many of these have done full biological and botanical surveys starting all the way back in the spring, and costing tens of thousands of dollars in some cases. They've had to do water availability analyses. They've had to do hydrological studies. They've had to do, filings with CDFW and for their LSAs and the water board, et cetera. So there's quite a lot of not only money, but time has gone into this. And even though an application may seem to appear as a last minute toss into the pile, it's really not. Most of these are at least 6 months of work leading up to them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I have one more online, and if you're in the room and you haven't already spoken, if you could please stand so I can recognize that there's somebody that hasn't spoken. Otherwise, after we hear from Monique, I'm going to close the public comment.
Good morning, Monique Ramirez, District 3. I'm sorry I can't be there in person as well. I just want to say that in response to the commenter just before us, there's been so much work that every applicant has done to have a license in Mendocino County, and the goalpost and the rules have constantly been changing throughout this entire process, which has gone on for almost 7 years now. And in response to the biological studies, so many applicants started that work when we thought the Appendix G was a process that we were going to get to use. And then that opportunity closed. And then we had an awesome grant opportunity come forward for people to basically get refunded. But the starting point for that date actually left a lot of people out because they started that work before the date. So they weren't able to actually get reimbursed. And those people aren't getting anything back. So I feel frustrated that the county could even consider allowing 12 applicants or 10 or however many it was that applied with this insane interpretation, which we all know was never the intent of the ordinance long ago. It was for a 10,000 square foot maximum footprint on the phase 1 zoning. And then obviously it's changed to phase 3. Now the zoning allowances are even less. But for anybody that was trying to move forward with that, thinking that they could get away with it, to me, like, really is frustrating, and it's not equitable to the entire community. It's not equitable to legacy operators if we allow those people to get basically 2 10,000 square foot operations set up on their properties. Yeah, that sucks if they started going forward with that, but they should never have done it in the first place, because that was never, ever, ever our law. It was never our ordinance. I sat through countless hours watching it in the Board of Supervisor meetings, and you can go back and watch them yourself on YouTube and see that that intention was always to have the max be what it was. And I, as the advocacy leader for CCAG many years ago, when expansion came up, we were always trying to find a way to make a compromise. And so we actually were advocating for basically a half acre, not the 1 acre, as an expansion allowance, but giving that opportunity to every single person that held a county permit. Now, of course, they have to show that, yes, they can, meet all of the demands that an operation like that size would need with their water and all of that kind of stuff. But giving that opportunity to everybody, not just a select few, not the ones that are lucky enough to have ag land. So that's where my position lies still to this day. And I want to see it be equitable for everybody in this county. Otherwise, it's not fair and it doesn't work. So that's just what I want to say on the record. And I hope that something can come forward that is actually going to work for everybody and not just a select few with, extra money to be able to even expand to that size. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to close the public comment on this item and bring it back to the board. I have pens from Supervisor Jurdy and then Supervisor Hashak.
So I do appreciate the comments today from everybody who made comments in person or remotely. So we normally in these meetings would be looking to the planning staff, for not literally across the room from us today, to ask questions. And in part it's because it is an issue that we've discussed multiple times, but also, in some respects, some of the questions that we might ask directly in open session to planning staff, we have had we've received advisories on legal issues regarding this item. And even today, we heard some people reference, potential litigation, not that they were personally threatening litigation, but there's been references multiple times to potential litigation, almost regardless of what the county does. And so knowing that and wanting to take this issue seriously and not just feel rushed, I think it would be advisable if we break for lunch a little bit early, which would allow each of the 5 supervisors individually, not as a group, but as individuals, if any of us have any legal questions during our lunch break, we could individually converse with legal counsel prior to coming back into open session. Again, it's not a violation of Brown Act for any one of us to individually ask legal counsel questions prior to deliberating back in open session. It's not the full board going into closed session, it's just individuals. So I would suggest that would be the best course of action, rather than feeling like we have to conclude this item prior to lunch in open session, because some of us may have pertinent legal questions that we want to ask county counsel prior to additional discussions.
Okay. We weren't actually going to take a lunch break, so I'll think about that and that process and how we can do that. Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I really appreciate people coming out today and expressing their points of view. We've heard a lot about it over since April 23rd, when it was presented in the General Government Committee. This question, really what we're dealing with right now, deals with the original intent of the ordinance. And that's what we dealt with at the previous board meeting when we dealt with this is the original intent versus the plain language reading of this ordinance. And I think the board came out had a position on, going with the original intent, and that's what we directed staff to do, to bring that back. The cannabis staff has been working very hard over the last year and a half to get people to their annual licensure. And it's been very successful. And so, in one regard, it's kind of we're at the point where we're talking about expansion again. I think that there's some other issues that really need to be dealt with. We're dealing with them. In November, we're going to be talking in the General Government Committee about micro-business license and how that might help. And we're working with stakeholders in that regard, and also planning and building. I think that direct sales is a crucial component of this whole, the picture that we're looking at for economic development. Assemblyman Wood is going to be here later today, and he's been a proponent of this direct sales, and I think that we need to appreciate his work on that, and also have him and whoever is elected in the future, have that same kind of advocacy for people. As far as expansion, we have the room full of people who want to expand, and we're hearing, go to 20,000, or go, 20,000 is not enough, go to the Lake County model, or whatever it is. And what I keep hearing from the community, from the cannabis community, is that there are different opinions about this. Some people want to keep it the way it is, some people want to expand, and I really appreciate, and I think that we do need to have, when someone said, working groups to come up with some kind of, something that people can agree on, and then we can take it to the broader community too, because this is our county, and we need to make it work for economic development. We also need to make it work for everyone who approved and worked on this 10A17. I'm not saying that 10A17 is like we're stuck in stone. It's not written in stone or anything. But, if we're going to move forward, we need to have some kind of agreement on how to move forward, because it would be a huge change for the county. We'd have to, look at the EIR and all that. So that's what I'm asking for, is the community to come together with some kind of proposal. And with that, we're looking at what's before us. We told staff what to do. They came back, with language which closed the loophole that which preserves the original intent of the ordinance, and then a couple options about what to do. So with that, I don't know where to go, since Supervisor Jurdy wants to have a talk with legal counsel. I don't know what the chair is going to do. I'll just leave it at that for right now.
Okay, I have comments, but I'd like to hear from Supervisor Williams.
So 10A17 wasn't invented to facilitate a strong cannabis economy in this county. It was to limit production. It was to put a stranglehold on the industry, right? And so, treating it like today as if it's an ordinance that's pristine and allowed us to flourish, it's really held this county back. And I think we're seeing it in all regards, with other business activity declining and tax revenue declining. The county will see that delayed, right? It may be 2 or 3 years, but we're going to see it on our property taxes. So anyone who works for the county, gets services for the county, should be concerned. This isn't about cannabis. It's about revenue for businesses, individuals, and the county government. But I'm concerned on the bigger picture. If we through our land use decide that a certain type of activity is allowed, people apply for it, they spend tens of thousands of dollars getting in line to apply, and then we decide, nope, that's not what we meant, and we pull the rug out. Do you think other business people in other sectors will want to do business in this county? I hear it in Anderson Valley. I can't even use the language that's been shared with me about the fear of if they put their money into a development project, what the county will do before their project is over. And I've assured them, no, that's not the county's prerogative. We want to see this county flourish economically. This decision really counters that with, we may pull the plug at any moment on any business. And I think that's rather dangerous for us. So I would move that we table this until there can be work group sessions.
Supervisor McGordy.
Our whole relationship with cannabis has been really confusing in my time on the board. And I never know what the outcome is going to be. It's really based on who shows up. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of logic. So I'm a production agriculture guy. So when I listen to Mr. Piffro talk, I know exactly what he's talking about. Things have cycles. They come and they go. I'll share with you something, a couple thoughts, is that everything that I know about agriculture from being a University of California farm advisor for 33 and a half years is, A, if you're going to be a small farmer, you got to be as close to your consumer as possible. You can't work through a 3-tiered distribution system. We don't have that option here. B, if you're going to be a bigger production person, you need more space to get an economy of scale. And this obviously pushes more towards a small farmer, but really doesn't allow economy of scale if you're going through a wholesale market. So the whole design is not right from the point of view of ag economics. The problem is the community has very, very strong feelings about cannabis because there really are a lot of people who are prohibitionists or don't like the impacts of illegal cannabis in particular. And Supervisor Jurdy and I just came back from a meeting in Del Norte County at the North Coast Resource Partnership that talks about the impact of illegal cannabis in Northern California, and it's huge. The things that are going on with people using illegal pesticides, diverting water illegally, getting fertilizer into water, killing animals, it's monstrous. And we talk about what can we do, and one of the things I said, we talk about legislation, but I said, the sheriff has told us it's very, very difficult to go after one of those grows, a very large mega grow that's being run by illicitly. And I said, we really, from a marketing point of view, we need to let people know that there actually are growers who do this right and who grow a healthy product that isn't sprayed with pesticides from China, and that's not me making this up. This is stuff that is documented by Fish and Wildlife and Department of Water Resources, or State Water Resources Control Board. So I'm kind of looking at the future of Mendocino County, and I'm as confused today as I was the first time this was put in front of us, and we were trying to figure out how do we scale up an industry that makes business sense. And now I'm hearing that hearing that perhaps the environmental impact report that we had actually allows for 22,000 square feet of cultivation, and 10,000 square foot is what some of the growers want, but not all the growers. So with all of the possibilities and permutations that I have in front of me, it's very difficult to make any kind of a fair choice that is going to take care of the impacts that are going on to this industry and to our county, because it is really clear. I mean, we're in a decline, particularly rural communities are in a decline, and it doesn't take a study to see it. I mean, it just takes a drive down the main business district and you can see what's going on. I feel very hard pressed to make a decision that I can look everyone in the eye and say, based on all on the information I have in front of me, it's a good one. This is really, really difficult. And this is such a different crowd than we had the last time where we talked about it. There seems to be no agreement in the people who are producers, and that really concerns me, because I'd like to see some sort of agreement, some sort of majority opinion before we make a policy, because otherwise we're setting ourselves up for nothing but, really for bad policy that does result in lawsuits and people walking away feeling like somehow they were cheated by the people who should be looking out for them, which is us. And this is not a good situation.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah. When this came to us last time, I thought that it was in collaboration with staff and with county counsel's office. And this time I asked some more questions, and I went back and I watched the video, and we didn't have staff here presenting. We didn't have a staff report. We didn't have input from council. We may have received some of that since. But I think no culpability here, but I think as a board, we kind of botched the planning to have this item discussed. The five of us have a different set of information. We're trying to do this knee-jerk fix a problem. And I mean, I've learned since that last meeting, our environmental document does support the ordinance. Whereas I went into that meeting with the understanding that there was a disconnect between our ordinance and the underlying MND. So I feel like this is very rushed, and we should be a little bit more methodical. I would like to get a working group of the people in the room this time, the people in the room last time, to figure out what they think is fair, that meets the community concerns about cannabis without putting their neighboring businesses under, which I hear may happen if we decide to modify the ordinance.
Okay. So I think it's a welcoming perspective to have different folks that have come to speak to us today. What I would like to say is this is not about expansion. This is about following the ordinance. This is about following in line with the state. This is about doing what the state will allow through the EIR. There are really important conversations that need to happen with the cannabis industry and with the environmental industry and with business owners around what expansion might look like and what needs to happen with the cannabis tax that was passed in 2016. And I encourage all of you to have those conversations because those are really important conversations. The information that we did have at the last meeting, I agree, was fairly incomplete. And after seeing the way that county council has articulated the change that was directed by the board, I could see and really appreciate our cannabis staff and how they understood the plain reading of the ordinance to be. And I think that the state also saw that. That's why the certified EIR includes up to 22,000 square feet. I think over the years, and I think there was some conversation about how Mendocino County got the jump on cannabis, and then, we went down that path of the ordinance, and just for the last 4 years that I've been on the board, I think that was not a good move. We should have stayed and waited and did what was in line with the state. Gratefully, they stepped in and helped us with the EIR, and so I am just really wanting to focus the Mendocino County cannabis industry on the importance of the legacy cultivation and the appellations that we have here, but also just staying in line with the state. So we're not trying to do new and exciting things. We are just following the rules that the state has given and moving forward as an industry for our for the cultivators, the business owners that are cultivating, and then for the economy and our community in general. So with that being said, I don't have a motion on the table. I would like to make sure that Supervisor Jurdy can have his legal questions answered. We have a timed item for 1 p.m. and I was hoping that we would be able to get through the other agenda items have the time item before taking a lunch break. But Supervisor Jurdy, do you think, and to my colleagues, do you think that a 15-minute break would be able to get you the answer to your questions, or is somebody going to make a motion to create an ad hoc? I'm not sure where.
I move no action, and no, 15 minutes wouldn't be enough for me. I have far more questions. And county council needs lunch.
Okay.
We have to at least
Supervisor
offer it.
Jurdy.
If Supervisor Williams' motion is passed, then obviously I would have substantial time to ask my legal questions, so I'll second the motion.
So process question, then with no action, what is the outcome for the people that have applications?
Charlotte Scott, County Council.
a couple things. Right now, the status quo, if we did not bring this ordinance amendment forward as directed, would be to defer to the plain language of the ordinance as it exists today. And so, for example, that the plain language as we have already opined allows for the two CCBLs except depending on the limitations of the zoning district. And so, for example, there are some zones like RR5 that have limits that are less than 10,000. So that interpretation or that reading of the language of the ordinance is what exists right now without an amendment. I think if the board were to take no action on the ordinance amendment, I would still recommend directing staff to revisit, because you have since paused any review of the pending applications. I think you need to give staff some direction to either bring back options for handling the applications that were received, or and give staff time to bring something back on that item. Although I think if you take no action, you're leaving at least the status of pending applications in limbo. So I think that there is some direction that would be needed to address that part of today's item. But I think I wanted to address also Supervisor Jaridy's question about having a break to have board members and supervisors provide input individually to county council. I wouldn't recommend that. I don't think, I think it's advisable to take action today either on the amendment or not. And then, like Supervisor Jardy has said, if there is no action taken, that will provide more time for questions. But I think some of those questions can be answered in open session. I think some of them may have been. It may just be there's some confusion based on the direction given at the last meeting and what's before you today. But as said, we responded to the direction received at the last meeting, brought back that amendment, and were asked to give you the options for how to handle the applications received in light of the direction for the amendment.
Supervisor Jardy?
Well, I like the spirit of the motion by Supervisor Williams, but I think I'll withdraw my second because what I think I'm hearing from County Council is that without action by the board, staff's interpretation is that they would be then resuming processing of the existing applications. And I don't think that's really prudent. The other thing is, although I believe all the discussion today had to do with the 10,000 square foot going to 20, the existing ordinance, if interpreted in a certain way, would also involve the rural residential parcels where there's the 5,000 cap, which without action by the board could go to 10. And I don't think that the community wants to see universally on every single rural residential parcel that is 5 acres or more, people having the allowance to go from 5 to 10. I think a number of these issues really, has been brought up by multiple supervisors, really need more public input about what would a process look like for larger cultivation in Mendocino County. Is it in multiple zoning districts? Is it in 1 or 2 zoning districts? Is it something beyond ag? What would it be beyond ag? And it seems to me that the really what Mendocino County needs, which originally the industry did not want, but it would have been in its best interest, was a conditional use permit process. The industry opposed that, and that's why we don't have it in our ordinance. But that's really what needs to be in place, because that's how you condition an individual project to have less than significant impacts, and that's how you address CEQA in California with all the issues involved. I think that there could be a process that could get some community support behind, broad-based, to allow larger cultivation, but it's probably going to involve conditional use permits. It's probably not going to be in rural residential neighborhoods unless they were specifically identified through a different process. And for those reasons, if it's the will of the board to take action today, which maybe we do need to take action, I would be supporting option 1.
Supervisor Hashak?
I think.
Oh, Supervisor McGordy.
Well, I was just wondering in terms of options for our Canvas division, can we just have them pause again and not move forward on anything while this is considered with more information? I don't know who to direct my question to, whether it's probably County Council.
Charlotte Scott, through the chair, if I may respond. You can keep the pause in effect. I wouldn't recommend keeping that in effect for a long period of time. But if that is the will of the board to not to table this and to not take action, then you could pause that.
Deputy County Council Schwass, I see you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Supervisor Mulherin. I just wanted to provide some clarity in regards to Supervisor Jurdy's comments on the RR5. I think there is confusion with the plain reading of the ordinance as is that the ordinance as written, it limits the 2 CCBLs that are allowed on a parcel to the square footage that does not exceed the largest maximum square footage authorized on a parcel in the relevant zoning districts. RR5s are not allowed to have nurseries on their parcels, and the largest license that they can get per the zoning ordinance is 5,000. So RR5s are limited to 5,000, whereas all the other zoning districts in the zoning ordinance are allowed to get that 22,000 square feet nursery on there. And so the largest maximum square footage authorized on those parcels is 22,000 square feet for the nursery. And so the plain reading of the ordinance limits the RR5s to 5,000 and would allow up to 20,000 of mature or 22,000 of nursery on all other parcels.
Thank you for the clarification. Supervisor Hashak.
This is a big issue. You know, certainly we have a lot of people here today. We had a lot of people last time we discussed it. And we don't have, most of the community doesn't even know what's going on. I think that the board needs to make any kind of changes to 10A17. We need to go out to the public. We need to have community meetings. We need to be talking to people and making sure that the whole community knows what's being proposed. If it's a discretionary permit, fine. But I think that we can't make those decisions right now. Certainly, it would be probably a long process. It would require EIR, modification, looking at this anew. So I think really what came to the General Government Committee and what we dealt with last time is these two issues. Do we uphold the original intent or go with the plain language? And then what do we do with the people who've already applied? And so I would, if Supervisor Jurdy wanted to make a motion of that, I would second it.
Well, I would make a motion to adopt option 1.
And that would also be to accept the amendment to the ordinance, the addendum.
Yeah, the addendum to the ordinance as reflected in option 1, yeah.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I'm going to vote against it. I think there's a way to facilitate the cannabis industry so they can survive and protect neighborhoods. I don't think we're going to make that good policy decision on a whim. This kind of came from us out of nowhere. After years, let's change 10A17. Let's change the environmental document. I don't think most people know that it's happening. We're going to have people show up angry at this board at future meetings that this happened without their knowledge. It seems like we should have a methodical process where we take all of the input and we find a solution that works for the greater good. I don't think we're getting there with this motion.
Supervisor Hashak.
Well, let me understand your point of view, because what the motion would do is uphold what the understanding was. So what's different about that?
I'm not comfortable making changes to the environmental document or the ordinance without going through a proper process. I think surprising everyone, having it on the agenda and changing it is going to lead to disastrous outcomes. And I want all of these people to work together and find a solution, right? Maybe not everyone's happy, but I think we can get 80% in agreement. We're not going to get there by surprising the public with a large policy change. So that's why I'm in that, just hold off. Let's go through having work groups and talk about it and come up with a model that works. And county council can advise us on the legal matter of where is there the least exposure for public money, and I appreciate that. But there's a political issue here and what's right. You have people who spent tens of thousands of dollars to go through environmental review in anticipation of applying for a license. They then applied for the license. To yank that from them, not only is there probably some exposure, but it's just not based on general fairness.
Supervisor McGording.
Well, the other group not here too, or at least doesn't seem to be represented, are neighbors. And, this is such a hot issue, and particularly in places where we have rural residential zone property with cannabis in the periphery or in the middle of it. And I find those areas to be very anti-cannabis, so that's another wasp's nest that will descend on us if we make a decision to allow us to grow more cannabis on individual parcels. So this, I don't know, this is such a loser for us to make a decision on this without more information, is my opinion.
I also will be voting no. I think, as I said, this process has been incredibly lengthy. It was contemplated that you would be able to have 2 licenses, and in the ordinance, it says the types of licenses that you can have and follows the appropriate zoning for those licenses. And all of those conversations that happened for all of these years have been about what's appropriate in what areas. And while I very much appreciate, that people do need to have a larger square footage to be able to successfully operate, there was a very real intention in this county to bring cannabis out of the hills and into agricultural zoning. And if we want for the cannabis that's grown in agricultural zoning to be successful, I believe that being able to cultivate on the scale that was contemplated in the EIR, then I think that is what cultivators need. So with that, we do have a motion. Lily, do you have the motion?
Could I please get a clear restatement in full for the record?
Do you want to read it?
Well, I think it's the recommended action with option 1.
Yes.
And we'll vote.
Through the chair, if
Yes.
I may, reading the recommended action, I'm not clearly seeing an option 1 nor option 2, so would it just be the full recommended action, or would you like to remove part of the recommended action?
I think option 1 is in the memo from staff report.
Chair, if I may just read the recommended action from the staff report, which is apart from the introduction of the ordinance and adopting the CEQA resolution, provide staff with direction on the handling of the CCBL application submitted before the requested ordinance amendment. And the staff recommendation in the memo recommended direction to deny the applications for not satisfying the requirements after the ordinance is amended per board direction.
Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I hope the clerk is clear with that. Okay, and whatever way this vote goes, I would certainly work to facilitate community meetings, to work through whatever ideas the community has, to bring them together to come up with a united approach. All segments of the community can agree on. We do need to move forward in possibly a different way.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Jordy?
And I agree with what Supervisor Hashak just said. I think there is room for improvement of the existing ordinance. I just think it needs more public input to identify what that process is.
By the button.
The motion fails with Supervisor McGurty, Mulhern, and Williams dissenting.
Thank you. So, okay, thank you. Before we move on to the rest of the agenda, we do have a 1 o'clock timed item. We have no closed session today, and so I was hoping we could take a 15-minute break and continue working. Do we need a half hour or an hour? Supervisor Hashak?
Well, it seems like since that motion failed, we do need to give direction to staff about what they're going to do with these applications.
Okay.
I think that's all left up in the air. And
Is it,
I mean,
I guess the question is for county council. Is it left up in the air, or is it that they continue following the plain reading of the ordinance as they had previously done?
I think the board did direct a pause on the pending applications in light of the direction to amend the ordinance. If you want to clarify that you're not pausing the applications and allowing them to run through their process, you can certainly do that.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I think if a couple supervisors want to form an ad hoc and work on improvements to the ordinance, could that happen quick enough that we could pause the processing of the applications? These are ministerial, right? I don't think we have a right to pause them for very long. Through the chair, county council.
Deputy County Council Schwass, have you researched what a pause might look like?
I have not looked into whether what the implications of a further pause would look like. I can get that question answered in a quick turnaround. I just don't have that in front of me right now.
Chair, can I hear your perspective on where you think we should go?
Yeah, to be clear, I don't think that we need a pause.
Okay.
And I think that we should follow the plain reading of the ordinance.
I'm going to make a move that the board retract its previous action, no pause, and direct staff to work with Supervisor Haschak and one other supervisor on community meetings to reach a new proposal.
For clarification, Supervisor Williams, what kind of new proposal are you looking for?
Well, this came to us because there's a perceived problem, so I'm willing to consider making changes, but we're not making changes today, it seems. And it's a ministerial permit. I don't think we have the right to stall ministerial permits.
County Council Scott.
Thank you, through the chair. I would recommend that you defer to the General Government Committee on allowing staff to work with the General Government Committee on how to address next steps in terms of the handling of the process going forward, as that was the board's previous direction on cannabis. But as far as the direction on moving forward on the pending applications, I think it's clear that without the ordinance amendment, that pause is no longer needed.
Okay.
Okay, so does staff need further direction? Supervisor McGordy.
So there was a suggestion of an ad hoc? And I'm just wondering, Supervisor Mulhern, would you consider sitting on that? Because that would be kind of a balanced perspectives.
I would support that.
Supervisor Hatcha?
Well, what I heard from county council was that it should be, any kind of change, the ordinance should go through the general government committee. So there wouldn't be a need for an ad hoc per se, but even if it's taken up with the general government committee, there needs to be outreach from every supervisor district because this is going to affect the county.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. And then there's, I'm a short timer, so this would have to wrap up quick if we were going to come to some sort of conclusion to general government.
Well, I don't think it's going to wrap up quickly because the first time our general government committee meetings are full for the rest of the year. And so I don't know how much work could be done before the end of the year.
Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, okay, so that's why an ad hoc that's kind of taking on a different task than general government. And their task would be to reach out to the community to hear what general government needs to be informed about, kind of taking the temperature of what the industry really wants. Because that's my dilemma on this, is I'm not hearing a uniform voice from the industry. And it's really hard to make good policy when you don't hear from when you're hearing from factions, but not from everybody.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so as the chair pointed out, this language was well contemplated. It was discussed. It went through environmental review. It was memorialized. It seems what's happened is the board got wind of staff is processing some of these applications or will be and decided we need to shut this down. That's really pulling the rug out from people who have been playing by the rules, to their own detriment in a lot of cases. So I don't feel good about pausing them any longer. I think those that are in the queue have to be processed, right? They've been playing by the rules. They've submitted an application in compliance with the current law in this county that was passed by the board and has had years of review. I mean, I knew two licenses were allowed back when we were talking about 2218. I don't know if I want to watch every video again, but I think we discussed it, right, when it came up, because there was a suggestion of could we go from 10,000 to 20,000, and I think somebody said, well, the 2 licenses are already allowed. That's actually not an increase. I've known it since before I was on this board that this is in our code. So my impression is now that people are trying to exercise it, we're saying, oh no, we didn't really mean that. That wasn't the intent. Only one supervisor was on this board, Supervisor Jurdy, right? So the rest of us can't really speak to intent other than watching the meetings and trying to analyze what was being discussed, but it just doesn't strike me as a secret. Therefore, I don't see it as a loophole. I see it as the board wanting to contract the cannabis industry, and I think that requires working groups and a lot of public outreach.
Well, and I would just say that I don't think that we need more public communication to detract from the cannabis industry. I mean, it's very clear. I feel like the people that are in opposition of cannabis have had their voices heard above and beyond the people that are trying to live and work in our community and to cultivate cannabis. I do believe that the ordinance as it was presented and the state EIR that is now certified contemplated that 2 license types would be available and up to 22,000 square feet. If the community wants to decrease further the size of cannabis operations, then yes, they should bring that forward. If the community wants to expand over 22,000 square feet, then absolutely they should work to bring that forward. If that's an ad hoc or a community conversation that any supervisor wants to be a part of, I think that they're more than welcome to engage in that conversation with the cannabis industry. But as it sits today, I believe that the ordinance has been contemplated for years in the way that it's written, and to see the change presented with the red line to me is not the original intent. And I personally just believe that we should follow what the state EIR says and continue to move forward without pausing these applicants. And if there are members of the community that would like to work with general government to further decrease the size of cannabis cultivation, then they have that opportunity, because that standing committee has essentially been assigned cannabis.
Are we done?
That is a great question. I would like to make a motion that the Board of Supervisors directs staff to continue to follow the plain language interpretation of that they had been following.
Second.
Okay, we'll vote by the button. Oh wait, can you reset the buttons, please, Lily?
The motion fails with Supervisor Hashak, Supervisor McGordy, and Supervisor Jurdy dissenting.
Supervisor McGordy, I believe that you're up to bat as to what process you think that we should follow at this point.
I need to have a little more agreement from the industry, and that's the part that's kind of bedeviling me here right now, is because I've heard two groups say two completely different things, and the rest of it makes sense. Everything else makes sense, but we're stuck. We're stuck here because we don't have agreement in the cannabis industry what exactly it is that they want. So I hate to hold things up, but that's my problem.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I can live with that, but Supervisor McGordy, what the situation in the abstract strikes me as, the county is going to tell you to get rid of half your grapes. And you're going to say, but I'm zoned appropriately and I planted them and it's been years. And we're going to say, yeah, but our original intent was that you don't grow that much. We want you to cut back. And I'm going to have somebody go out and paint your parking spot red while you're in this meeting because the original intent was you don't park there, right? It's why would anyone want to do business in this county, in any sector, if they see the pattern as the board at any point will pull back and decide that their business is outlawed? That's my worry. And so it sounds benign to just pause and do work groups, but you and I both know it'll be months of work groups. The way it's just the way government operates. And I don't know that you can pause ministerial permits for months, right? Would you do it with any other permit? Somebody needs a roofing permit. We decide we're going to pause those until we consider roofing materials. It'll be next year before you can get a permit. That wouldn't fly. So whether or not this was a good idea, whether or not you support it, I think once you have a law on the books and you have applicants in line, I don't know if you can tell them that they're indefinitely paused.
Supervisor Hashak and then Supervisor Jurdy.
For 6 years or so, as we were dealing with this ordinance, everyone's assumption was that it was 10,000 square foot cultivation for maturity. That, whether that's right or wrong, that's what everyone was assuming. That's what the cannabis industry, that's what staff, that's what everyone was going on, that assumption, whether right or wrong. And really, it was through this plain reading that, you know, there was this other option that, hey, maybe there is another way of looking at it. So it's the whole question we talked about at the previous board meeting was, do we uphold that original intent? And everyone was going along with it until we said, oh, maybe you can do it this way. Now we're dealing with 12 people that, you know, moved forward with applying. And so we're just kind of, it's not that the state was saying all along that we could do it or whatever. You know, there was that option of having a nursery, but everyone I've talked to who had anything to do with this said, yeah, it was always the 10,000 square foot. And so we were just looking at if we wanted to close that loophole or not.
Supervisor Jurdy and then Supervisor Williams.
I agree. That wasn't just people's recollection. That was the practice for several years. So I think, again, the county can pause these 12 applications, or the county can choose not to pause these applications. That's probably really a question for legal counsel, which could be brought back at a later meeting before the end of the year. I think the bigger issue is if there should be a process for people to have a larger cultivation than the 10,000, that really is going to require a new CEQA document, a community planning process, and community consensus.
Please do not shout out in the audience.
That should be done by the new board in 2025. And that's my opinion because it's complying with what the county has done up until this year. It was only this year that new staff had a new interpretation of what the ordinance allowed. And so this board is not obligated to ratify what new staff interpreted this year when previous staff had a different interpretation and when previous applications were not coming forward under this interpretation up until, I think, this year. So anyway, so this board is not obligated to ratify what this staff came up with in its new interpretation of the ordinance. But that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be a later amendment to the ordinance. I think nobody's saying that this ordinance is perfect and that there aren't parcels in Mendocino County that can't appropriately allow for larger cultivation sites. But this is the wrong way to go about it.
County Council.
Charlotte Scott, County Council. So the board has passed or has failed the ordinance amendment. That decision has been made. I think the only issue was a secondary motion that may not have been necessary, but it is a little bit unclear. And so I think perhaps there just needs to be, and I think Supervisor Jurdy mentioned this, but if the board would like staff to come back at the next meeting or if there is GDC before then, I don't think we have time, obviously, before tomorrow. But if the board would like staff to come back with a recommendation how to handle the applications for the future, not pausing applications that have been received, but the addressing how we handle future applications, you can certainly do that. I think, though, and I think there's nothing for closing any future board or staff bringing forward additional recommendations for how to consider future amendments in the future. I think there was some public comment that referred to, we have the certified state EIR. We may have some time in the future to revisit other questions apart from the plain language of the ordinance as it exists now, which allows for what it allows for. So that there's nothing for closing ongoing conversations with the public, among this board, among the new board at the beginning of the year, for how to handle cannabis in this county. This is not a decision that closes that door. This is really a narrow decision on the ordinance as it exists today, and I think the board determined that it wasn't amending the ordinance to change the plain language.
Part of option 2 included staff bringing back a recommendation about the applications that are pending. Would that also precluded, and again, the words expansion were used, that's an incorrect. It's not an expansion, it was already in the ordinance. But specifically to the 12 applicants that currently exist, that concern that I have is that that would be preferential treatment for the people that got into this. And so I really think that for me, the easiest way to move forward, the most simplified way to move forward is to move forward with a plain reading of the ordinance as staff had interpreted it. So Supervisor Williams, did you have a suggestion?
Well, just, it seems punitive to the applicants. Somebody finally read the ordinance, right? And they're following it just as it's not hidden, it's not a loophole, it's not well, we could interpret it different ways. I mean, read it, it's black and white. And it's also in the environmental document, right? So how does the county get that wrong? Years go by, some applicants read it correctly, and we say, oh no, that's not what we meant. Like, don't we have to go by the law that's on the books? Whether or not we like it. Otherwise, there's some laws that I would like to reinterpret, right?
County Council?
I think what Supervisor Mulhern or Chair Mulhern, what I think you may have been intending by your motion, and maybe we can be more clear, is that you would like to provide, in light of the ordinance amendment failing, in light of the existing language that we have today, you would like to provide direction to lift the pause on the existing applications that may have been received, and on the lift the pause on the acceptance of applications under the language of the ordinance. And I think that you can make maybe that more direct motion, and I think that's consistent with the board's action today.
Well, I mean, I would look towards Supervisor McGorty. So was that unclear to you? You voted no, and that is my intention. So I really just, the challenge that we have right now is that we seem to have a couple of different directions that supervisors want to go, and Supervisor McGorty, respectfully, you're right in the middle of that. So if there's some kind of direction that you would like to provide, I would love to hear that.
I feel like I'm getting new information, so I'm, the more that I hear, the more that I'm kind of agreeing with Supervisor Williams about maybe we're doing this incorrectly. Is that, we've got an ordinance on the books. Perhaps we should just stick with it if we really want to make changes, which Supervisor Hasjack is talking about, right? Moving it down to 10,000 square feet, and that's really the intent of cultivation. And
well, that's what we talked about last meeting,
right?
And that's what staff brought back.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm talking about if we wanted to really make changes away from the original intent, is that we should have a series of town halls, community involvement, and figure out the best way forward.
Well, and I'm intending to agree with you on that. So I don't know if we leave things as they are, or what we do. So I'm kind of looking for a path forward too. What's the most efficient way? One would be just let stuff go, and then come back after we've really talked it out thoroughly and we're clear about what the industry wants.
Supervisor Williams?
I move we follow the law as it's written and encourage Supervisor Hasjack to work with staff on town hall meetings to address shortcomings in the cannabis permitting ordinance.
Supervisor Hasek.
Since we don't have unanimity in the cannabis community or the community at large, it just seems like if we make changes right now, 5 of us up here, that we're disrespecting what we've heard throughout the community for a long time. And once we let it out, it's going to be very difficult to put back in. So, because right now we have 12 people we're dealing with. Tomorrow we could have 50 people. So anyway, I'm just saying we should probably take this under consideration, figure out the process first, and then move forward.
So, John, my concern is rule of law. We have a law that this board put on the books, and now we're deciding we want it to read something different after people have already vested. They've spent money working in a direction. It reminds me of there's a man running for president of the United States that wants the laws to be different than they are, right? I don't want to be hypocritical. I think this county government needs to follow county laws, whether or not we like it, right? There's laws on the books in this county that I don't support, but I support law and order. I support following it as it's written or bringing it to this board to change it. But I don't think we can do this kind of quasi, we want to rewrite history after people have already engaged, right? Apply it to something other than cannabis and see how it looks. Looks pretty bad. It looks like we're just deciding, with one motion in front of a board, we're going to change a law that's been long-standing without working with the public and kicking out all the people who have spent tens of thousands of dollars, knowing that there's a law that they can comply with. Why? Because we don't like it. Like, we should have thought of this last year. We should have read the ordinance before they read it. We could have jumped the
Supervisor Jordy.
I think the bigger question is, why did new county staff come to a new interpretation of an ordinance that's been in place for several years, and then not go to the full board for clarification on this new course of action? Why did staff start to implement a new interpretation of an old ordinance, and then later the community hears about it, gets upset, contacts the supervisors, and then only several months into it does this item land in front of the General Government Committee and then eventually in the Board of Supervisors? The process should have been corrected at the staff level, where when staff said this is a new direction to interpret this long-standing ordinance, the process is we're going to go to the Board of Supervisors and get, in a public meeting, we're going to get ratification to either implement a new interpretation or not implement a new interpretation. The mess that we have today was brought to this board by county staff.
Deputy CEO Steve Donnicliffe.
Thank you. Just for purposes of clarification, this interpretation was based on a plain reading of the code, and it was shared with the General Government Committee before it was publicly. So I don't know if that helps, but I did want to make sure that it's not new staff making a new interpretation. It's new staff reading the code, recognizing what it said, and sharing that with the General Government.
Deputy County Counsel Schwass.
Thank you, Chair Mahar. And just to add some further clarification in regards to the term interpreting or new interpretation, as Deputy CEO Donnicliffe was mentioning, this is a plain reading of the ordinance, whereas to implement a 10,000 square foot cap would have to add interpretation into the code. That is why we brought, as directed by the board, to clarify it. So the interpretation occurred to have the cap. There is no interpretation. It's just a plain reading that does not cap it at 10,000 square feet.
We've had a lot of consideration. I would just say, for me, when you read the ordinance with the new interpretation that would reduce the square footage size, it doesn't make sense to me that we would reduce the opportunities. And it has been contemplated all along that an individual parcel owner could have multiple license types and more than 10,000 square feet on their parcel. So when I see it written with the red lines of the ordinance versus the conversation that we had at the last meeting, it is very, very clear to me that the plain reading interpretation is correct. Supervisor Williams.
Well,
I also have a concern that there's a significant environmental impact to this change. You're changing the MND in a way that will encourage people to use more parcels, right? You're spreading cannabis cultivation over an area that currently doesn't have it, right? So if we're going to make that change to the MND, I think we need to go through the normal environmental review process and take comments. This is not just restricting activity. This is a significant and different environmental impact than the MND contemplated.
I do not believe that, clearly, we do not have a unified recommendation for staff at this time. Supervisor McGordy.
Would you like to continue this item to a new board to get more information? What are our options for us at this point, since we're kind of at a draw? We're not.
What if I move that we continue to January? Would that?
I would second that.
County Council?
Just to reiterate, the board has already voted to reject the ordinance amendment and to reject the handling of applications that presumed the ordinance amendment. So I think the only issue that remains is to just clarify how for staff that you are not asking staff to not implement it. And by rejecting the ordinance amendment, that implementation of the ordinance as it exists is present. So I think that you can certainly have future boards revisit cannabis and how you want to handle cannabis policy. But I think the board did, by a majority vote.
So as the maker of the motion, the intent is we don't want to straddle two different boards with making changes. And I think Supervisor McGordy is recognizing we may not be able to make the changes in time. It would be better to have a new board take it up if changes are sought. So in other words, the motion would be to hold off on discussion until the new board is seated.
Yeah, I would second that.
Supervisor Jordy.
Question for legal counsel. Would it be better from a legal perspective if the county, during this pause period between now and 2025, when the new board's seated, would it be better for the county if the county only continue processing the existing applications, or also in this interim processed who knows, could be another 50 applicants? Because at this point, we don't know what the board in 2025 will want to do.
Your ordinance without the amendment allows for the applications. So I think I wouldn't recommend pausing the handling of applications going forward. If the future board would like to address some kind of limitation or some change to the ordinance, that board can do so, and then you can revisit how you handle the implementation of the ordinance going forward at that point. So I would not recommend creating a sense of confusion about how if the ordinance language is what it is. I think my advice would be to continue to handle any applications as may be handled under the language of the ordinance. I don't think you want to provide inconsistent direction. You made a decision today on the ordinance.
All right, motion withdrawn. Chair, I wonder if we're done. I think that's what County Council is telling us. That's my interpretation.
Supervisor Jordy?
So if the board does not adopt this, this amendment that's in front of us today, and staff with the current ordinance, with the motion that was on the agenda originally today fails, will staff potentially, starting tomorrow or starting this afternoon, begin taking applications in RR10, rural residential larger than 5 acres, potentially start taking applications to allow for up to 20,000 square feet, 2 permits on RR10 parcels, which, as we know, can sometimes be immediately adjacent to RR5 or even RR3 neighborhoods. So is that a potential outcome of the board failing to adopt this amendment today?
Deputy County Counsel Schwass, in looking at the table for the zoning ordinance, can you address Supervisor Jordy's concern?
Yeah, I could, so if there was no, if the staff was directed to continue processing these applications, or let me rephrase that, if there's no direction to have staff pause those reviews, yes, those parcels in that zoning code would be allowed to utilize that process. But I will also want to add some clarity. Those parcels, even in the proposed amendment, those parcels would be limited. They'd be limited to 10,000, not the 5,000 as in RR5.
Correct. So in the RR10, the current limit, either way, is 10,000. But if the board fails to adopt the amendment that was in front of us, that's in front of us right now, staff can begin accepting applications for 2 10,000 square foot permits in the RR10 neighborhoods, which can be adjacent to smaller parcels than 10. Is that correct?
If I may, through the chair, so you're talking about the current limit. The current limit is under the plain, so the ordinance is not amended. The plain reading of the ordinance does allow 2 CCBLs on a parcel up to of 10,000 square foot each on RR10s. That's the current ordinance as drafted in the plain reading.
Yeah, so what we've done through this process is, while we may have 12 applications today, there could be dozens in the near future, because we've effectively publicized this loophole that nobody knew about until about a year ago, and only a few knew about it. So it could be that we have people in this boardroom later this year and next year complaining, why did the board not adopt this ordinance on October 22nd? Because you've just invited a whole bunch of new applications to come into rural residential neighborhoods. So I think that is the question. I think the bigger pause is to just adopt the ordinance that's in front of us today, and then let the new board in 2025 engage in a community discussion about what is the appropriate locations for larger cultivation sites. But I think failure to adopt the ordinance amendment that was in front of us, as motioned by Supervisor Hashak and I, is going to potentially create a lot of headaches for the new board, and maybe for this board before the end of the year.
Okay, so, well, it sounds like this agenda item is complete for now and may come back in the future. Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I'm just thinking about Supervisor McGorty, and you've had some time to think about this. So do you see a way forward on this issue today? Because if, the default, if we don't approve an amendment, then it's going to be like what Supervisor Jordy just said. So if you're all right with that, then we move forward.
Well, I'm not all right with it. Because again, I don't feel like we've heard from all the stakeholders, and I am concerned about having cannabis grows in close to more dense properties, or more dense habitation. If it's out on an ag parcel, I don't think it's a big deal. As we start moving the neighborhoods, it gets more complicated. I hate to take away the option for people on larger parcels away from everybody to have 2 licenses. So that's why I think this needs a little bit more work.
Just for clarification, I believe that there was already a vote. County Council Scott?
That is correct. The board voted to not amend the ordinance today.
However, Chair, anyone who voted in the majority, which was against the motion by Supervisor Hashak and myself, either you, Supervisor McGorty, or Supervisor Williams, have the right to vote to reconsider and to reconsider the motion made by Supervisor Hashak and myself. And in my opinion, that's the only route for the county to not create new applications in the rural residential neighborhoods, which I do think are opposed, perhaps with some exceptions in some neighborhoods.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'm not comfortable doing that. This is a rule that's been on the books for 7 years. And you have people spent tens of thousands to do the environmental work. They filled out applications. I don't feel good about not following the law. And it may be that it's the wrong law and we need to change it, but I think there's a process. And yeah, will there be some angst because we didn't shortcut it? Potentially. But what's most important is a model for good government is that we follow our own procedures, we follow our own laws. And I think that's what we're doing today.
I'm not going to reconsider the motion, and I'm ready to move on if we're done with this item. Okay, so it looks like we are done with this item, and I would love to have a 15-minute break, and then we will hear from Assemblymember Wood. Thank you for being here. Oh, one second. That was to Ryan in the back. Call the October 22nd, 2024 Board of Supervisors meeting back to order and hear from Assemblymember Jim Wood regarding the end-of-year activities for Mendocino County and the California 2nd Assembly District.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today to update you on my last year in the legislature. I'm wrapping up 10 years of service, and although I'm leaving the legislature, I'm not retiring. I've been reflecting on that time that I've spent with my colleagues in the Assembly and in the Senate, my constituents, working with local governments such as you, and city councils, other organizations, working with two very different administrations in Sacramento, and different administrations and different governors, and understanding how it all works, the frustrations, the challenges, and the obvious benefits. Making things happen from the grassroots level to the governor's desk is a long and winding road. I've had the opportunity to serve on many committees that affect our district, agriculture, budget, water, natural resources, water parks and wildlife, insurance, utilities, and then as the health committee chair for 8 years. During the most recent 23-24 legislative session, I successfully authored legislation to allow to achieve a pathway for small rural district and distressed hospitals to extend the seismic compliance deadline for up to 5 years as long as they have a plan in place. That's significant for Coast Hospital in Fort Bragg, and for other hospitals in this Assembly District. So that one took 3 years to accomplish, and I think that it is a good outcome and gives that needed relief to the hospitals that really will benefit from that, and the constituencies as well. We worked on legislation successfully to renew exemptions for timber harvest plans and expand them in order to meet annual goal of treating 500,000 acres a year for fire preparedness. We work to ensure that the state is addressing and restoring sites that have been environmentally harmed by illicit cannabis grows, something that inspired me when I first ran for office. And here we are 10 plus years later, still facing those particular challenges, specifically related to waterways and our salmon-bearing watersheds in particular. Also, been working to help rural communities better participate in implementing and achieving organic waste diversion objectives. It's really challenging for anybody to find a facility to divert organic waste to. Even Sonoma County has been grappling with that for at least 10 years. So one of the challenges is, and has been, is always making sure the state recognizes that rural communities and urban communities are two very different kinds of communities. And now we have some flexibility that will give some rural communities an opportunity to have more time to work on some of these challenges. We had a bill this year to allow the Attorney General to penalize distributors of illegal tobacco products and their manufacturers that falsely certify the products as unflavored, including the ability to confiscate illegal products. We had a bill to establish requirements for utilities with severe backlogs of consumers waiting for power, and require utilities to better communicate to local governments about the status or the delays, and require the CPUC to establish some long-term expectations. With that comes a little bit of a charge for counties and cities to actively work with the utilities to let them know what is coming, what projects are out there, so that they can be better prepared to provide power when it comes. There was a time, and it wasn't that long ago, when we looked at power as, oh, I'm done, I'm ready to hook up, and it just happened. Well, that is not the case anymore. The demands on our power system are far greater as we move to electrify more and more and more things. You add to that the challenges that we had during COVID, so with the infrastructure, the equipment that goes along with that, there are long delays. It takes a long time to get transformers, of all things. So the ability to build a substation is not an overnight process or even a week, few weeks. It could be a couple of years. And so we recognized, because of housing projects, of businesses that were ready to be hooked up and told they couldn't hook up for a couple of years. And so it wasn't just in Humboldt County, it wasn't just in Mendocino County, but it was all over the state. And so, so now there is a requirement that would, part of the requirement of the law is that there be greater cooperation. So it's incumbent upon the county to have conversations with the utilities as well, so that everybody knows what's coming. And schools as well, another issue that has been particularly challenging. So along the way, we added Dungeness crab as the official crustacean of the state of California. It may sound silly on the surface, but the incredible economic benefit of the crab industry and what it does for the North Coast in particular, we felt needed to be highlighted. So Dungeness crab is now the official crustacean. We joined the banana slug and abalone shell this year. Last year it was a bat. So there's an official everything in California, it seems. So our district, Assembly District, is among the largest in the state. And today I'd like to take a few more minutes to talk about some of the critically important work ahead, and why what you all do is so critically important. It's really important that you connect with your representatives early and often. And as you start planning next year's asks, the sooner you can have those conversations, the better. Now you will have a new Assembly member coming, and that person will be sworn in on December 2nd. And I hope that on both sides that there is some outreach to have those early conversations. With the budget being what it is this year, which was bad, we expect next year to be, guess what, bad. The ability to have huge financial asks come to fruition is probably slim and none. However, there are other opportunities that may arise from a procedural or a legislative fix to something that may provide benefits that are really, really important to you as a county. So now is the time to think about your requests, identify your requests. If you don't get to them until February, you're too late for the year. And that's a problem. And so the legislative calendar is such that by the middle of February, most members have introduced all of their bills. They may save a few sort of placeholders, but then that window closes very quickly afterwards. And then it's tough to get something through for the year. So think ahead if you've got specific asks, and connect early with the new member of the Assembly. We also have a senator too. You can connect with him as well. It's a little tougher to get a hold of him these days. He has statewide responsibilities, but I know that over the years we have worked together on a variety of things. So identifying those sort of non-budget priorities in legislation that are needed. Bringing that information obviously to the Assembly member and the senator, and use real life examples of why this is important. In the last couple of years, I've authored bills for Trinity County, for Del Norte County, and the folks were really supportive and really could talk about illustrate why the work that they were doing was important to them at the basic level that as community members. They came to speak in committee, and so that was helpful as well to be there to tell some of those stories and reinforce the need. And it's also, you have a better chance of being successful if you collaborate with other entities, other boards of supervisors as well. For a great organization, RCRC, I've been partnered with RCRC from the beginning, and you get a lot more traction because it's very unlikely that what you're experiencing is unique. So utilize those resources as best you can. And be open to your legislators' works with efforts to work with state departments, and that's a huge issue. And so I want to just point out Ruth Valenzuela, who behind me, who is retiring, by the way, as well. And the things that we are able to do at the state to help communicate with agencies and departments is really, really critical. But the legislators' efforts and they can take things to another level, and also with the administration and beyond. So they can help provide the technical assistance you need sometimes to make it through the process. So the perfect piece of legislation doesn't exist. If it does, I've never seen it out there, and so that's why it's a long process to get something done. And it is I always say this: don't let the perfect become the enemy of the good. If you don't get everything you want when you're moving forward on something, take what you can, get it, and then build upon it for the future. It's so much more difficult to go back, start over, and to get hopefully exactly what you think you need. Take the incremental approach. You'll be much happier. You'll be much further ahead for it. It's always helpful to bring the press and the media along if you can. Your legislators can help with that. We've always had good relationships with the press. And getting information out. Sometimes they like what we're doing, sometimes they don't, and they tell us in very pointed terms on both cases. But the important thing is that they will listen, and we work on making sure that the information is accurate so everybody knows what's going on. My hope is that work will continue in some of these really important areas. Drought prevention and better predictability models, so we can address potential drought implications earlier at the local level. Broadband continues to be a challenge. The middle mile access program, the 10,000 miles of middle mile, is still being built out. It will be completed by the end of 2026. That doesn't mean everybody will have broadband, but it does mean that small internet service providers, large incumbent internet service providers will be able to tap into that middle mile. Without the middle mile, those projects just simply can't move forward. So I've been involved in that process from the very beginning. It was a $6+ billion effort with significant funding from the federal government. And the 2026 deadline is really important because if that money isn't spent and if these projects are not completed, the federal government claws back a big chunk of it. So there is a lot of effort to get that done. And one of the things that has happened there, which is unusual with state government, is you have multiple entities actually working together and rowing in the same direction. And my frustration over the years has been sometimes that the individual state entities don't work well together. They're very, very comfortable in their silos. But in this particular project with broadband, they had to work together. Caltrans has the right-of-ways to where a lot of these projects were going to go. They had to work with the Department of Technology, and they had to work with the PUC. They had to work with the private sector too, because a lot of this is actually being built by the private sector out there. And it's a great template for future kinds of projects. My hope is that that's what happens in the long run, and that we begin to break down the walls of some of the silos. It probably doesn't seem like it's moving fast enough, but trust me, for what we're doing here, moving pretty well. It's not too bad. We hope that there will be additional support for working with the Department of Public Health regarding nursing homes and how they're operated and some of the entities and how they work, how they can shield from public view the profits that they take by third-party entities that they partner with. At the end of the day, it should be that the amount of the money from the state going to these entities should be there for the benefit of the patients and not always just to line the pockets of the operator. As I said, obviously, the hospital seismic retrofits are really, really important. The goal is to get seismic compliance. The goal is not to continue kicking this can down the road. And so our work in that area was to give time for small, rural, and distressed hospitals. Sometimes they're all in the same there. The opportunity to have a real plan, to work closely with the administration on what that plan should look like and what's absolutely necessary versus what's nice to have, and with the goal of making sure that these hospitals stay open. My hope is that my successor will remain actively, closely involved with PG&E on capacity issues. We can't reach our energy demands and climate goals without these kinds of transmission and interconnection challenges being solved, and it's going to take diligence to actually do that. And this is an interesting one, and while it doesn't affect Mendocino County now, there is a potential that it will, and that is offshore wind. Offshore wind has 5 call areas, is what they're called. They are leases by the federal government to develop offshore wind. 2 are in Humboldt County, and there are 5 call areas, 5 separate companies that are going to be developing this. There is the possibility that in 2028, additional call areas off the Mendocino coast might come into play. And so it's important that you as a Board of Supervisors become aware of what is going on with offshore wind, so you can be actively participating in what that means. Because trust me, it means a lot. And there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn as what's happening further up north, but the first step would be potentially the sale of leases as early as 2020. So, and in closing, I just want to thank you again. I wish you all well. I know that we have a couple of members retiring. Dan and I have worked together since I was here in the very beginning, and I've known all of you for most of the time here. I encourage you to continue working with us. It's an honor and a pleasure. We do better when we're all working in the same direction. We don't always have to agree on everything, but I don't always understand the intricacies of what you're dealing with at the local level any more than you completely understand what I'm dealing with at the state level. And trust me, there are times I don't know what I'm dealing with at the state level, and that's really frustrating as well. So I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to work with you, and well as you do your endeavors here today.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams.
Well, I've met the assembly member-elect, whoever it might be. We're within 100 feet of an elections office, so I'm not going to name anyone. But what does the handoff look like? Specifically, Coast Hospital comes to mind. I know longest serving member of the health committee. It's a big deal, and the work you've done to ensure that hospital stays open. How does the next person take over and get a brain dump from you on institutional knowledge of where?
We have had some of those conversations already. Certainly, I have to be careful when I'm no longer there, what I can and cannot talk to a member about, but there is a lot of information that's been gathered, and the bill we passed this year, AB 869, which was a heavy lift. It took, y'all probably didn't know what we were doing in the background, but it took 3 years to get to this point, and we wanted a long-term extension, a longer term in anticipation that some hospitals just may not be able to do this without some assistance. And so the goal was to actually have some assistance there. So we have a large paper trail, and there are other people that can certainly have additional brain dumps with the new member, but than I can.
And I wanted to thank you for Bower Park. That's a community that doesn't have a lot of open space. Families really desperate need of that park. And there's no way this county would be able to pull off that level of maintenance if not for the 2.2 million you found.
Yeah,
so I'd say stop by now and see the work, but it's a work in progress. Complying with state codes on how we conduct that work, it's going to take a while, but I think it'll really be something when it's done.
Yeah, it's amazing. Sometimes you actually can find resources, but we couldn't find any here, so harder to find those buckets of money.
Well, thank you for that.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, well, I think you've done a fantastic job of being representative for the entire North Coast, including Mendocino County, and I want to thank you for all you've done during those 10 years and your service on the Galesburg City Council before that. And I just hope that as you reflect on your contributions, that you also, one I can't pass up on is the fact that this legislature that you've been a part of, really solved transportation funding for much of California during your time with SB1. For 25 years, there was stagnant funding from the state to transportation projects, did not get indexed with inflation. SB1 brought it back to 1994 funding levels and has indexed it. So really doesn't entirely solve it for the county, because our county doesn't have a voter-approved sales tax like they have in 80% of California. That's for a future board and future voters to figure out in Mendocino County. I think I know what the answer is, but I do think that that was really a major contribution and milestone, and I think it's just one more reflection of the state of California continually being kind of a leader in solving the big problems when it can, and I appreciate that. One question, you know, with the state realignment of state prisoners into county jails, as you know, our county took the leap of faith and we applied for the $25 million grant for our new wing of the jail for people who previously would have gone back into state prison, into county jails, and also for people with serious behavioral health issues. Our county chose not to give the money back as those costs went up. Other counties did. And I think Sonoma is one of them that kept the money and is struggling with the match. Our county has somewhere between $10 and $13 million in non-designated general fund reserves, which is pretty darn tiny for a budget of $400 million. We've yet nevertheless committed at this point, I think something like $17 million as those costs have grown for the project. For what we thought was originally a $1 million match is now 17. 7 of that $17 million is borrowed money from our behavioral health Measure H, or whatever it was, Measure B, the voter-approved sales tax that is now ratcheted down because now it's just for services. We had a 5-year window where it was for capital projects. We've borrowed $7 million. We are in the process of borrowing $7 million from that fund temporarily because we don't have any more money to add to the jail wing, which would have to be paid back. And I realize what you're saying. The state doesn't have a lot of money at this point maybe for the next year or two, let's see. But what would be your advice for us and for my successors here on the board to approach both the incoming Assembly member and Senator McGuire in terms of maybe looking at this a little bit differently? That money is being borrowed from a voter-approved sales tax. It really is. I think it's fair to say that the state could take on a bigger responsibility on that project. Do you think it's plausible for the county to, even in a 2-year time frame, 3-year time frame, look to some pathway to getting part of that $17 million, even if it's the 7, funded by the state, even in a 2 or 3 year time frame?
Yes, I think it is possible. And I think that the fact that you're talking about getting money from a voter-approved bond is different than looking for completely new resources. Now, I know historically a lot of bond funds, the money doesn't get spent, all spent out right away. I think there were the 2014 water bond for quite a while still had a fair amount of reserves that money that had not been spent. So I think it is important and to get on the radar with the Speaker Pro Tem and the new member, because I would venture to guess, and this is where I meant building a coalition as a standalone, hard to do. But I have to imagine there are other counties that are in a similar situation, and so working together with them and work with RCRC as well. And the challenge is always been, and I have spoken about this forever as a legislator, is that the rural communities the challenges are different, and we need to recognize that. But I have to think this is not just a rural issue; it's across the board. But I think there is the possibility, but it will take work. It is not a 1-year project. It's going to take a couple of years probably. That's a good one to put on your to-do list, because that really isn't. It is looking for new money in some ways, but it's not. It's a different.
Well, it's not a new project.
It's not a new project.
Yeah.
It's not a new project.
And honestly, I think it's a good project. I mean, that's why we've supported moving ahead, because these are people that really, in many respects, really should be in a better type facility with medical services there, with the ability to meet with their attorneys in a safe environment. I mean, it really is a state-of-the-art facility, which our existing jail is not. And so for a bunch of reasons, it's a good project. It's just as the costs have gone up, it's just obviously been a pretty big burden for this county.
And also, you mentioned SB1, which I think was a really important proposition. And we've been obviously people are very concerned about the cost of gasoline. We worked in this in a special session to find a way to flatten the spikes in costs that consumers have been experiencing. And I think that the unexpected outcome of that is that we didn't see a spike this year, and I think part of that is the result of the scrutiny of the industry. We know what's going on there, And so maybe we'll see fewer spikes just because of the additional scrutiny, but certainly the legislation put in place will help that as well. But there have often been calls from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, suspend the gas tax, and it is a tiny portion of the overall cost of fuel, but it is vitally important to communities for transportation and infrastructure and the roads and so on. Without that, we would face really dire consequences. So that, in my perspective, would be penny wise and pound foolish.
Supervisor Hashek.
Well, thank you for being here today, and always thank you for your representation of the North Coast and Mendocino County especially. I always feel like we have a strong advocate, with you, and you're always accessible, and also your staff is very accessible. So it's really helpful in this position to have, real advocates in Sacramento. I really wanted to thank you, about your work on the Health Committee. In 8 years as the chair of that is really a remarkable tenure, right? And the work you did and have done is really remarkable. I really thank you for, especially I'm on the area agency on aging, and your work on what you were talking about the, senior facilities and health facilities and all the things you've done with that aspect of our population, which we have more and more of all the time, is really is commendable. With the legislative platform, we have changed what we've done, and I think Ruth really helped us out in telling us we needed to get our act together, because we were getting it to you in February or so, and we're hoping we have a plan to get it to you in early December.
Not me.
The next person. But yeah, well, it will help us out
Absolutely.
in that process.
Absolutely.
And then really what you're talking about the healthy forest, your work has really been extraordinary about working with making sure that there's solutions to those problems, because the healthy forest is a critical issue for Mendocino County and the North Coast. And we've had some roadblocks, and I think you've helped really get us through some of those, right? Certainly lots of work to be done on that. And then education, because I come from the public education world, and thank you for all your support of public education. So really, good job. 10 years in Sacramento is you've done a great job.
Thank you.
And really, I want to thank Ruth Valenzuela too.
Please. Yeah,
in her retirement.
Yeah, she's in addition to working for me for my 10 years, she worked for Wesley Chesbro for 6 years, and then Patty Berg before that. So this is a community she lives in this county, and she's been a tireless champion for you here. And the challenge is finding that next tireless champion to take her place. But I don't know that I don't know. There's only one Ruth Valenzuela, and I've just been really fortunate. We all have been really fortunate. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor McGordy.
Well, I just want to reinforce everything that's been said, and just wanted to thank you, because it's always pleasant talking to you. I never feel any anxiety. Oh my God, I got to call Jim Wood or his office. And one of my memories will always be of you during COVID going out and giving vaccinations, and that's a level of service that you don't normally get from your elected representatives, but it shows you that when there's a crisis, you're ready to go to work, and it's something that I admire. And I also want to thank Ruth too, because I've known her a long time, and she is, publicly your face and locally, and she's been great, and she'll be missed by people who need help as well. So thank both of you for everything you've done.
Thank you, and I'll just close it out. We really appreciate you coming today and just sort of sharing your final remarks. You've done an incredible job representing the North Coast, and I think we're all really appreciative of the communication that we've been able to have with you. And of course, I also really want to thank Ruth for being such a direct line of contact for constituent concerns, very much a champion of the folks that live in our area. So we appreciate you both.
Thank you
and
so
thank
much.
you for coming.
Thanks very much. Have a great day, and my best to Mr. Jurdy, who I know is leaving here at the end of the year, Mr. McGordy as well. Your service has been remarkable for the county, and thank you for your service and everything you've done. And I'm sure I'll see the rest of you all down the line at some point.
Thank you. I do want to make sure that there's no public comment on this item. I have no one coming forward in the room, and I have no hands raised on Zoom. So with that, the board has 3 more items to consider today, items 4G, 4H, and 4J. And I would love to call for a bit of a longer break until 2 p.m. and then come back and complete those 3 items, if that's enough time for folks to be able to have a quick lunch and come back and get back to work on those 3 items. Okay, we'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también. No solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months, I was in baby land. And when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de Estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that, and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her. And I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa. A veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo. A veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me. I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know, when we
2024
get
Board of
together.
Supervisors meeting back to order. We are on agenda item 4G, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding additional staff support specifically for the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor McGordy?
Okay, so we'll work it this way. So I'm going to want to share a screen here. Yep. So this afternoon, I want to talk with you with discussion and possible direction on establishing staff assignments specifically for the support of the Board of Supervisors. And you know, the reason that we're talking about this is that we have limited direct support for Board of Supervisors as we have no designated staff assigned to us. You know, supervisors have limited support for policy research, constituent services, and interactions with state and federal representatives and agencies. We also need to think about ways to improve community outreach, both to understand needs and to report on our efforts to address them. And really, before we go very far, am I alone, or do supervisors believe that there is a need for change? And if so, what would be some of our logical options? So just kind of straw poll vote. Who feels like we could use some support?
I do not.
Okay.
So that's my straw poll. I mean, I think I'd like to hear from other people. But
Yeah. John, you have any opinion?
Well, we could always use more support. I just don't see, I've done some research and we did have some AmeriCorps volunteers before. And so I've sent some information to staff to apply for some of those positions because there is research and we have used outside persons, interns in the summer for research projects. I just used one for something I was working on. And so I do feel like, hey, yeah, there is help would be useful, but at the same time, I don't see it coming in traditional forms of hiring.
Okay. Dan?
Well, we know the county does not have money for additional county employees, so it would have to be a net zero increase, so no increase in the number of county employees. But with that as a caveat, I think, yes, logically, there would be some people, I don't know if it's one person, two people, five people, whatever it is, somebody that's reporting directly to the 5 supervisors. I think the current system is more flawed than to go to this other model. So, I mean, no system is perfect, I guess what I'm saying. But I think that there should be a path forward. And I mean, I read your recommendation for an ad hoc committee. I think this is the kind of thing that should go back, obviously, maybe with some initial recommendations from the existing board, because it has 2 existing members who've been here for a while. But I think the decision about what to do should be handed off to the new board. But I think the new board members could benefit from existing board members, offering opinions about it, at least options.
Okay. Ted?
Well, I don't feel the need for assistance with work products like agenda summaries, but it's very difficult to get information from the county. And the public expects that when they reach out to one of us, we have access to a body of knowledge, right? Like a library somewhere in the county that has procedures and financial records. And, I don't have anything to go on. I can ask a department head, I can ask the CEO. It's a burden for them. And I'm at, they're overwhelmed. And so logically it can take a long time to get answers, months. I mean, some of my requests I think are years old. So I see in other counties, you have a little bit of envy looking at Sonoma County. They have multiple staff people per district, right? They can really do constituent services. For us, it's on the 5 of us. And it's not that we don't have the time to do those efforts. It's somebody calls Supervisor McGordy and asks them a question about their permit. Well, he has no way to follow up on that, right? It's going to be offloaded onto the county staff. And so he's just this sort of go-between that probably isn't adding a lot of efficiency unless, unless it shifts the priority of response because he's asking. So I see rural counties usually don't have that level of funding for staff, but they often have a dedicated clerk of the board. And I know this county consolidated due to the financial crunch, but maybe something was lost that was beneficial to overall operations of the Board of Supervisors in that process of not having somebody that's really tracking the board's actions. And if you go back through our agendas or our minutes and see what we've approved, there are a lot of items that I've never heard back on. And I'm not blaming county staff because I know county staff may be at 110% of capacity. But the point is, we're spending a lot of time deliberating, deciding what we want to do. And then what we've decided, I don't think is really tracked anywhere. And so a clerk of the board, a dedicated staff person may give us an update every meeting or once a month, once a quarter on here's everything the board has directed, here's the items that are done, here's the ones that are remaining, here's why some of those are blocked, who they're blocked on. We're not getting that granularity of status reporting, and I think that's a real loss to productivity. So yes, I think there is a need.
Okay, well, just to go on, so what I think is regular communications on specific issues of importance to our constituents, especially when these issues are controversial or have strong public interest. So this involves both listening, providing information to the public. And so I'm going to talk a little bit later about our strategic plan, but this is something that we don't have presently. A central contact person to communicate with other elected officials, both inside the county as well as state and federal officials, who communicates information to all board members while still being compliant with the Brown Act. That's going to be tricky, but just listening to Assemblyman Wood talk about jail financing and about how we should work with RCRC. Well, I've been doing that, and I've been doing it working with Senator McGuire's office. So, and I've been working with Sarah Duquette. So there's an example of how I've initiated activity, but I don't know that it necessarily gets communicated with everybody. So it's kind of, you know, Sarah has informed me a lot of what's going on with the money, and we're kind of in line if one of the other projects doesn't go through or there's leftover funds. So that's an example of having kind of a point person to work on this. So one of the other things that is coming up, you're going to have an annual work plan in alignment with the strategic plan. I won't be here for it, but meeting agendas designed to implement the plan's goals and objectives, so it becomes a more organized process. So someone has to do that. Someone's really got to work with the strategic plan specifically, and this is something that the supervisors will, but I think also someone really has to stay on that project and report and track in progress on the strategic plan in an orderly fashion that is visible and reported on regularly, which I see like at RCRC meetings. They always have a segment on the strategic plan, and they say, this is the plan, this is what we've done for, you know, our 4 pillars, this since we last talked. They meet quarterly, and they'll list out what actually has happened on the plan. Following up and tracking on board directives and initiatives as well as specific grants. So this is something where we could certainly use some help. And as we've talked about, assistance with research and background information on a wide range of subjects, and assistance to help constituents. So we get all kinds of calls all the time for help. So as an example, Hopland Mac, the Sandal Valley Charter School needs to have some signage because the kids are walking from school to Hopland, and they're walking along Mountain House and crossing Fleas Creek, and there's no sign saying that it's a school. That's the school zone. So, you know, it took a call to Howard and to Deb Cuban at Ukiah Unified School District, and we still have to meet to really talk about what can we do to make it so that our kids are safe for walking. And this is where, again, I organized all that, but it'd be great to have a staffer to help us pull it together. You know, for kind of follow up on this, I suggest that we gather some information on Board of Supervisors dedicated staff support models. And, you know, my favorite so far is Nevada County has a clerk of the board and also chief of staff for Board of Supervisors. And his name is Jeffrey Thorsbury, and he's just amazing. I mean, he's very helpful to the supervisors and everything that they do, whether it's communications with elected officials, helping build agendas, working on projects, just giving support to the supervisors because, you know, there's someone they can go to who can give them assistance and give them information. So if we did this, I would have to have a discussion with CEO Antle and staff, County Counsel Charlotte Scott, on how we can develop more support for board, either with existing staff, improving on some of our communications and processes, or plan for future staffing. So this is something I don't expect an immediate result here, but I think you don't get anywhere unless you have a plan, right? So if people think it's important, and I do, you know, having worked here for 4 years, I could use some help sometimes, and you don't get it. So and it's not because staff is indifferent, it's because they're just overloaded. You know, the amazing developments that happened this last year in improving our situation of understanding our finances is a good example. It was a really all hands on deck that really took a lot of time from not only Sarah Pierce's staff, but also from Darcy and her staff to get that done. So I feel like we've already overloaded our staff in many respects to just take care of the basic things, which is why we probably need to have a more realistic planning processing. And this year we're going to do 70% of our time is going to be spent on these projects, and 30% will leave open for the emergencies that come along that requires us to react. So I just report out on by the December 17th meeting and work closely with RCRC and CSAC for relevant information, as well as other counties similar in size with dedicated staff. And if warranted, an amendment to our strategic plan section on an effective county government could be added to address additional support when future budgets allow for new staffing. You know, again, this is probably something we can't automatically have somebody next year, but again, it's probably something worth looking at. Okay, I'm going to try to toggle now to take a look at, let's see if I got the right thing, their strategic plan. So, if we go into our strategic plan, and effective county government is one of our priorities, right? Let's see if I can get to it. So there's several things in the effective county government that really come to this. And let me sure if I can find them here. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit lost in this. I actually had this written out. So within our effective county government, we do talk about one thing in particular is that we have somebody who actually tracks the strategic plan, which presently we're not really doing because we have certain functions that we do on the strategic plan that while we refer to it in all of our agenda items, we don't actually, again, see how we're doing. We really haven't gone back to the plan and you know, documented our accomplishments. That's something that somebody really needs to do, and it was one of the things that our consultant said was really, really important. The other thing that's in our effective county government is to be really clear on communications and you know, having someone talk to the outside for us. So, okay, so under section E, identify a public information officer. That's something that, again, if we had somebody who was working with our staff would be really, really great so that you know, Darcy doesn't have to feel that there's somebody who's working closely with us when we have issues, not only to relay what we're thinking, but to hear back from the community so we know what's going on. Right now, we don't have great feedback loops sometimes that happen in an orderly process. So I could see this person doing some of that. So those are just some of the ideas that I have for you. If you guys think this is worth doing, I would, you know, make a proposal that we have an ad hoc to report out by 17th on what staff support could look like, and you know, share it with everyone based on research of other models that have been done for other counties.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I had actually voted against the strategic planning process because I was worried we're going to spend a lot of money producing a document that sits on a shelf. And then I saw what was produced and thought, this is really good. I think this is really represents where the five of us see wanting the county to go. But I still have that worry that it's sitting on a shelf. The only time I ever reference it is when I have to fill out an agenda summary and I have to put in one of these categories, right? And you can use any of them, right? Because whatever your item is, trust me, it probably applies to every section in this document. So not terribly useful. It was a good idea, but it turns out it hasn't moved the needle on implementing the strategic plan. So I would like somebody to establish milestones that we can track for the strategic plan. There's a whole lot of good ideas in this. How do we reach fruition? Well, it's not going to happen automatically. It'll take some effort of setting some milestones, tracking progress. I feel like our current staff is just focused on the day-to-day operations of the county, doesn't have the capacity for those extra tasks. Asking one person to try to run competing tasks the board's needs and run the county administratively is too much. No matter who's in that position, I think it's too much. And looking at other counties, I see that they have distinct roles for these duties. So yes, Glenn, I think it's a good idea. I'd like to see an ad hoc. I'd like to see it report out by December 17th. And I would like to see the county either hire somebody or assign somebody who we already have so that it's a net zero to really focus on making sure that the board's wishes are tracked and carried out throughout the year.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, I think that Supervisor McGorty raised some good points about, some of the areas that do need more, we could use more support. As far as the strategic plan goes, part of the workshop in January is to look at the strategic plan and figure out, what's still relevant, what we need to work on, and look at how we're going to implement the plan, right? And I think that's what you're kind of part of the thing you're calling out. As far as, working with the state legislature, I think that we've gotten very good support from staff. Like during August, when at the end of the legislative session, when bills were coming up, I think that there was a team effort to work with staff and to work with our lobbyist, and I felt that that was very effective. And as far as a work plan, that's also part of what we're looking at for the workshop, is to figure out what we need to really be focused on using the strategic plan, what the plate looks like, what the load of each department looks like, and we're going to focus on a few departments, but because we can't do it all at once.
That's right.
But look at what the annual work plan is and come up with how to move it forward, right? And to make sure that we adhere to that so that we don't try to dump something else on staff or a department in February, right? After we've already come up with this work plan. So I think that you're right on with that. As far as research, like I said, having these people come in, like even high school students, college students, or AmeriCorps volunteers come in and do some of those research projects for whatever it is. And so it could be developing a climate action plan or some big project, but we're always looking for those little projects. Just even finding this information about what other counties do is important information to have, right? When I go to staff, and I'm here pretty much every day, if I go to staff, I get a response. If it's not immediate, it's within hours, usually. And if we've done a directive or some big project and I ask staff, I get the response within a day or two. And so I don't understand where there's this disconnect where you're not getting that kind of response. Because if I don't hear, maybe I'm the squeaky wheel, but it's going to come back and I'm going to keep nagging and getting a response. So I just think that for our board right now, we need to come up with a plan that working along those lines that you're talking about. But I really think that because we have 2 new board members coming on in January, I think that that's probably the more appropriate time to really look at what they might need. Because we've all got our different styles of work and everything, what they might need, and obviously, I don't think we're in any kind of position to hire anyone, and so anyway, that's kind of my point of view.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, just so we get concrete, I'm just kind of looking through my notes on meetings. I had an item back on February 27th this was guidance from Huffman's office to complete a census survey so that Walla would be listed as a designated place again. They're trying to get grants for a community center that burnt down from arsonist. I don't know that the county has made progress on that. It's my presumption that nothing has happened. This was approved by the board February 27th. It's now October. I had a request that was approved only, it was on a 3-2, but it did pass on financial analysis, revenue expenses per district. Nothing on that. I could keep going through. As I went through the last year, when I saw Supervisor McGorty's item, looking at what's been completed and what's still pending and what I'm not sure about. And there's a lot I'm not sure about because I've never seen a report. It may be that it's done. I would think this staff person would be tracking the board's approved motions and directives and giving regular status updates. And I think that might be too much for our existing staff to do because it's competing for time with other important tasks. If we had somebody dedicated, the board would stay informed on the status. And it may, some of these items that span months, it's helpful to know that it's underway, staff is working on it, but they're blocked for some reason. Maybe we can help unblock. Today, I have no visibility into that. John, I don't know if you're saying you do have visibility into your items, but when you're telling me you have to nag and nag, I don't want the nagging to be part of the process. I want somebody on top of it with ample time to monitor the board's direction and report back to the full board.
Supervisor Hashek, did you want to? I have a pen from Supervisor Jordan.
Well, I rarely have to get on someone more than once, and I usually get responses to those items. So I don't know, are you asking for those follow-ups?
Well, I can take that. I have a list. I can take it offline, but that's the specifics of the items aren't my concern as much as there should be someone in a county organization of 1,400 employees that's making sure that the board is able to get the research it needs to do its job and is able to get status reports. And I haven't seen that since I've been here. It's I mean, when I came in, it was, here's your telephone, here's an office, right? Not a lot of guidance on how to get anything done. I imagine, John, some of the questions I have about research, what is the ratio of social services clients to eligibility workers over the last 20 years? How has that changed? Is that the information that you can get? How, with our portion of property tax that goes towards roads, how many miles of roads are we able to maintain? How has that changed over the last 50 years? Right, I'm looking at, if I want to make decisions based on data, and I want to have a good snapshot of what the county's capabilities are and how they're changing year to year and decade to decade. Do you have somebody you can go to with those questions and get a response? Because maybe you and I are asking different types of questions. If you're asking, when will this be on the agenda? Yeah, you can probably get an answer to that like I would. But if you're asking for real data about how the county operates, I think you might find that it's difficult. And we would make better decisions if we had that research available. And frankly, I would go do the research myself if there were somewhere for me to go. There isn't a closet with a library where I can even go through the paper records on my own. All I have access to is some budget books that are in the hall that told the story of what they wanted to do that year, not even what they did. I don't even have the financial reports of what they did that year. So we're making a lot of decisions in the blind. Imagine if we had somebody in a position of accumulating the information we need and sharing it with all five.
Supervisor Jordan.
Yeah, again, I think the decision about what to do is something that would take place in 2025 by the board at that time. But I think there is some value in having input from two outgoing supervisors as part of the information that goes to the new board. Because honestly, I'll bet you there's never been someone in the history of this county who became a county supervisor and knew exactly what they were going to encounter in their 4 years prior to being elected. There will always be surprises in this job. I mean, I was on the city council for 14 years. I thought I had a pretty good idea of what this job was like. It was substantially different than what I thought it would be like after 14 years in the city council, doing many, but not all of the same things. I did send to Atlas, I don't know if they could be shared, and I did send it to you, Ted, because I know you've got access to Zoom, an example, because I know you guys were discussing what does like a quarterly update of the work plan look like. And so I'm just taking a sample. This is just from one other organization. This is from MSERA. And so I sent it out hoping that it could be shared on the Zoom so other people could just see it. It's an evolution of an update that was originally created by James Wilbanks at the Retirement Board. It's been changed and modified over the years by Doris.
I can bring it up if you want to stop sharing, Glenn.
So if you could show it again, this is just a sample. But as you can see, this is a quarterly update to the MSERA board or the public that may or may not track MSERA. And it just shows these are different goals that are in the strategic plan work, they call it the work plan for MSERA, and the status. And you'll see whether the percentage of the project that's completed, expected timelines for completion, due date, the completion date, that kind of thing. So I'm not saying that the county government needs to have exactly the same format, but it's just an example of what I think this board or future boards should be seeing in terms of a report back on the status of various, I would say both directives. You might have a separate one. You might have board directives that gets its own, because those are like typically smaller projects versus maybe the strategic plan is a bigger thing, bigger ideas maybe. And then finally, as another example of something where we really, something more could have been done. Back in November of 2023, the board directed the executive office to review every idea that was submitted to the Golden Gate Bridge project, and those ideas that the CEO thought were worthy of pursuit would be assigned. I think there's something like 18 people in the executive office that are staffed that are an analyst or above. So these are people who can take on projects. And to my knowledge, none of those projects were assigned to anybody working in the executive office. And I have a hard time believing that none of the items captured by the Golden Gate Bridge project were types of tasks that no one in the executive office could have worked on. So anyway, but I think that's an example of something where the board directed and there wasn't follow through.
County Council.
Thank you, Charlotte Scott, County Council. I just wanted to point out, I think we're getting a little off the topic of what the item was, which was to talk about staff support for the board. I think the question, some of the discussion is veering more into the questions that are more directed at the CEO and the role of the CEO and her office. And I think part of the analysis, if the board directs an ad hoc to look into options for staff support, there may be some ideas that come from that. But I think I think what I'm hearing is you made requests in the past that you want to see implemented. That's different than we would like staff support to help us achieve our work. And that's the item I think is in front of you.
I think just inherent, though, is if the current system does not yield results, then board members may have no choice but to look for another model. And I think that's where I'm coming from. I mean, if the executive office would consistently follow up on board items, this agenda item would not be necessary. But to me, there's been a pattern in history of board items not being followed up on. And so it would be my recommendation to the board in 2025 that they look to reallocate staff to the board, to be their decision, so that their items are followed up on, because right now we don't have a system where that consistently happens.
Yeah, and I want to defend our CEO a little bit, because we have a staff that's working beyond capacity as far as I'm concerned, and it makes sense that stuff falls through the cracks. And it's partially our job, as John said, to just kind of gently remind them. But to Ted's point, sometimes the things we want are also pretty complex. So that's why I see us needing some support. And there's different models. Some models have a person, some models have designated staff members in the existing staff that take a piece. So there's a go-to person who does something, is really knowledgeable on legislative issues or where we are, someone who's designated for the strategic plan, which was supposed to happen, and Ann Mulgard did kind of do that when she was here, but then she left and really kind of wasn't replaced. So that's one of the things we can come back as an ad hoc and say, here's some options that you can do. Here's the best case scenario. Here's things that work, or we could do nothing. So I'm just going to kind of finish up my discussion with the fact that when I was a department head with UC Cooperative Extension, we had 4 people in the office, 4 UC academics, and about another 4 or 5 that were cross-county that had partial responsibilities here. But anyway, we had a staff assistant, we had a county-funded ag tech, we also had an office manager, so we had a lot of support to get things done. So we're a department too, as far as I'm concerned, Board of Supervisors, and we're kind of on our own. And I think we would do better, we would serve our constituents better if we had more support than we have presently. That's just my opinion.
Supervisor Williams?
So I'm confused by council's concern that we're veering off topic, because I'm looking at this sheet from Dan thinking this is about the person that we would hire or assign, what they would be doing, right? How do you talk about whether we need resources unless we talk about what that resource would be doing for the board? And I look at this chart and think this is exactly what I had in mind, of understanding the percentage complete, the date we expect it to be done, whether resources are needed, and who's currently responsible. To give you an example, I got a call last week about what's happening with the Public Health Advisory Board that we directed to be created. And I don't know, is it stuck in county council's office? Is it 0% of the way? Is it 50% of the way? I can go ask, but you have 5 people who are all going to get different information because we're asking on different days. We're going to come to a meeting with different foundational knowledge versus we all look at this same chart and we all know it's 50% and it's currently at county council's office. So I think this is very valuable. Who could do this for us? I don't think our existing staff can focus on this kind of reporting and focus on all the other tasks of running the county departments. So having, out of 1,400 employees, having one that's fully dedicated to the board's needs, I think we would all be much more successful. And as Dan said, who do you ask about this? I think you ask the outgoing supervisors, because a new supervisor doesn't have the experience, hasn't tried to be successful, to complete tasks, to track over the course of multiple years. Somebody who's been through it really knows what would have made that experience more productive.
One of the challenges that goes to your point, Supervisor Williams, is that all of our experiences are different. We're all independently elected officials. We all handle the tasks and the role very differently. Some of us communicate through various boards and commissions. Some of us communicate in person by coming into the office every day. I think that, my concern about this is that a supervisor could potentially have a heavier hand in things that are happening with the county based on this one person being responsible for 5 independently elected people. So if the ad hoc could carefully consider what that looks like. How do you balance 5 different people with very different work styles? You may have a supervisor that is elected and needs a lot of help with day-to-day tasks like calendaring and appointment management, and then you have others that do not need assistance with that. So I think that as you consider what a support person might look like, I think it's really important to consider how the balance would look. I have concerns just in reading the item that we could potentially have people that are elected to these seats that are not very hands-on, don't know the answers to constituents' questions, and are not being participatory in things like MACs or city councils. And that really, as a county supervisor, I think is a critical role that we all should play within our various districts, that we're communicating with those other agencies. And so my concern is that you may have people that are in this elected position that take this opportunity because there's a staff person to take a step back, and especially considering that we are in a hiring freeze and that there were recently salary increases. I think this is just really not good timing for this. And I know, Supervisor McGorty, that you have wanted this since you've been on the board. And I personally have a lot of concerns about how it would be implemented, and would really love to see some of the other things that we have started continue their path forward, whether that's the economic development position, whether that's the strategic plan. There's still so much work that has not yet been completed for me before we jump into this role of needing another staff member, whether that's somebody that's currently hired or whether that's somebody that needs to be hired. I think there are other irons in the fire that I would like to see completed before we move down this path. That being said, it seems as though there's been some ideas suggested, and I wonder if there's an ad hoc or members of the board that are interested in an ad hoc. Supervisor McGordy or Williams? I don't know whose pen was up first.
I'm certainly interested in, and perhaps working with the other outgoing supervisor would be good, because then we can pool our shared experience, and I think that would, if Supervisor is willing to work with me on this.
I would volunteer if no one else wants to be on the ad hoc.
Supervisor Williams?
I volunteered, Dan. Yeah, 2 points. One is, I imagine the 5 of us are already using more than 1 FTE's worth of time. It's just spread over multiple people and it's chaotic. This proposal consolidates it so that there's 1 person that's designated, right? It may actually be more efficient than what we're doing. So I don't know that we're talking about more resources than we're already using. Second, the public, at least in District 5, feels that county supervisors are basically accessories, right? Show up on Tuesdays, vote on some policy matters, but are otherwise hands-off, and that this county is not being run by the supervisors. That is the #1 complaint I get. It's the #1 complaint I've gotten the entire time I've been here. Before I was in office is what I heard. And I think this would be a step towards showing that, no, the supervisors are in fact running the county. We give our direction to a point person. They report back. The report is to us, it's to the public. That's the kind of transparency the public wants to see, that it's actually their elected official that's steering the county. Today, that argument is really hard to make. You might make it, but I don't think you can compile a compelling case that it's true. It's hard to argue it. And it's, I can tell you, I haven't had access to the information I need to do my job. Financial reports are very difficult to get in this county. I don't understand why. And I know the software, and I know we've made progress, but bottom line, in 6 years, there hasn't been regular financial reporting. That's something that I would expect our designated person to go to bat and accomplish, and find out why it's not being done and get it done. When, I mean, how many times McCowan was here sitting next to me when he directed the CEO and we agreed, yes, we need regular financial accounting. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm sure there are reasons why it's not possible, but it's frankly, it's embarrassing to be on a board that doesn't have regular financial reports. Just like not having regular status updates on direction that we've given half a year ago or last year. So if you think it's working well the way it is, then I guess you leave it in place. But if it's not working well, and I think this is Supervisor McGordy's point, and I've heard Supervisor Jurdy echo the same, something needs to change. What is that something? Is it systems? Is it organization? Is it different procedures? Is it appointing somebody to be responsible for carrying out the reporting to the board? Something has to shift, or we're going to have the same results that we've had in past years.
Deputy CEO Donna Cliff.
Thank you. So just to weigh in here, as I've been tracking this conversation, I'm certainly hearing a lot of different perspective from the supervisors, right? And I've heard that the board is a department and needs resources. And I believe that the intent in a strongly functioning organization is for the CEO to be the focal point for resource deployment for the supervisors, right? We've talked about, well, it's clear that the level of effort and what your board is looking for is wildly different in these examples, right? We're talking about some pretty complicated analysis that you've been unable, supervisor's been unable to get for 6 years in one example, versus tracking things, which I think is really doable and should be on the table. But as we heard just this morning, right, the financial system, financial reporting is going to be available on a regular basis now. I think I heard in at the Q1 report, and will be available moving forward. That did take a team effort with every one of the supervisors involved, the CEO, the auditor's office. It was an enormous effort. I don't know that one employee working for the board could have affected that change or created any more intensity or focus on it. I think that one other thing I wanted to just kind of speak to hypothetically is the comment was made that the public expects that the individual supervisor. And I think that your board needs to think, is that really the intent? I know that I believe that in Point Arena, city council members function as department heads and take on staff roles. I believe that in Mendocino County, what we've experienced is the supervisors coming together as a governing board and certainly being involved in constituent issues. I think with all of that being said, we do have staff that are stretched tight. I think that that's caused some of the consternation that you all are experiencing right now. And I think that if you all are thinking it very clearly about what you need and you're not getting, and so, like as an example, it says on here that the board needs support following up and tracking on board directives and initiatives. That specific thing, I believe, is being handled very capably, but what I'm hearing in this discussion is something different than the board directives. And board directives, I think, by the rules of procedure, are when somebody says something in a board meeting and three of you agree, at least three of you agree, that's captured and tracked as a board directive. But I think that what I'm hearing differently is there's concern that agenda items aren't necessarily, the completion of agenda items aren't necessarily being tracked. And I think that is something that that absolutely could be done with existing resources if the CEO is given a chance to kind of make arrangements to recognize the need, hear the need, recognize it, and get it done. So with all of that being said, in this conversation, I'm hearing some things that aren't necessarily reasonable for one person to do, but I am hearing lots of things that is reasonable to get addressed with existing resources, perhaps. And so I would really focus on recognizing and kind of documenting what you need that you don't think that you're getting. And we can work that through in the workshop. And we might be able to make a lot of progress with existing resources. Beyond existing resources, we are in a hiring freeze, and all the departments are stretched tight. Just keep that in mind.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes, Deputy CEO Dunnicliff. I wouldn't expect one person working for the board to be able to get everything in Munis, generate reports. But that was never what I was asking for. The departments must have their own tracking so that they live within budget. DOT must have a budget, and they must track the actual dollars that they spent. That's all I'm asking for. And for 6 years, I've been asking, can the board get a copy of those regularly? I know from CEO Angelo that those were available. I actually saw them. That's the kind of information that I think one person could facilitate, of going to the department saying, hey, we need this once a month. We're going to forward it on to the board so that they know how we're spending throughout the year. You said it's the CEO and the organization. I think in other counties, it's often the clerk of the board. And in the financial crunch, this county consolidated that position in with CEO. Maybe now that we're not in the 2008 financial crash, maybe you leave those consolidated, but maybe you create yet another position. Somehow those duties that previously we had somebody that took care of the board's business has dissolved into, you can ask the organization, but it's almost an imposition that you have people who are already overloaded, and here come supervisors asking even more, versus you have somebody who knows that is their job to assist the board and provide the information or retrieve it if they don't have it. So I don't think McGordy's plan is a new invention. I think this is what counties do, and it may be that we've had the current system in place so long that most everyone here came into an organization where this is normal. I think if you go to other counties, you would think that what we're doing is not normal. You have supervisors that are very limited in their ability to carry out their work. It's hard to get information. They don't have assistants.
Supervisor Giorgi.
Yeah. So if I'm on the ad hoc, I'm just putting it out there for feedback. What I would think is that Supervisor McGordy and I, as part of what we would do, is we would come up with a list of questions that we would send to the executive office for a response to clarify what are the services that the executive office sees that it is providing and or could provide to the supervisors. So that could be folded into what we bring back to the board. And we, from our perspective as a supervisor, having done this job, we might see gaps that staff isn't seeing. And we may turn, depending on what we see, we may make recommendations saying, well, we're still seeing a gap here, and this is how we would suggest, maybe there's a couple alternatives, that the new board in 2025 might try to address it. Either it's going back and getting the executive office to take on new tasks that they were unaware that the board was wanting, or it could be a combination of that and, let's say, one person that gets reassigned to the board directly to track those items. So I'm not if I was on the ad hoc, I'm not expecting for us to just go off and write something up, but it's to put questions to the executive office, ask for feedback, because I may have a different understanding of what the executive office thinks it's providing to the board than I think that it's providing to the board, or what it could provide to the board if asked.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what we would do. I'd also would poll the individual supervisors and see where they stand, so that if there are things that they need, we know it. Some of you may say, I'm fine, and that's great. Or some of you may say, I'm fine, but there's something else I think that could be useful. So that would all be put together. I don't expect this to be encyclopedic. I expect it to be pretty straightforward.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, last year coming up on budget time, one of the reports I asked for is planning and building. Look, I'm curious about the staffing level, how we're doing. And the way one of the ways that I would, criteria I would use is how many days are permits waiting on county staff versus waiting on the applicant? And how is that trending over the course of 5 years? And if applicants are waiting longer and longer, I would think we probably need better tools or more staffing. And if it's going in the right direction, okay, maybe we can leave planning and building alone and spread general fund somewhere else. I don't know how to make those budgetary decisions. It becomes an emotional decision, how much you like a presentation, right? What's recommended by staff. It's not based on the underlying data, and I think the public expects. We're making decisions based on the data. We have limited funds. We know the public's priorities. How do we reflect those priorities in our spending? I'm not getting the reports I need to be able to make that type of decision. So it's kind of a gamble. It's like, I guess I'll take the staff recommendation. I don't know if the staff recommendation is based on those types of metrics or if it's status quo. I have no insight into how the staff recommendations come about. And I was chair. I went through the budgeting process. I didn't see it to this date, nowhere in the county system in any meeting have I seen the level of detail of planning how to take the board's vision and the board's strategic plan and turn it into milestones, track those milestones, and reach completion. And I think that why have a strategic plan if we're not going to track it and meet milestones? It's just a document that sits on the shelf. So it's, on one hand, I don't want to be overly critical about the county organization. On the other, you have to be somewhat critical if you want to fix the problem. The public believes the county is not operating well. So it's our job to dig in and look at, well, why would that be? What can we do to change it? I think this is a proposal that moves us in the right direction.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams, I appreciate that you feel frustrated with communication, and I think that our departments feel frustrated communicating as well. I mean, if you look at planning and building, what about their metrics do you want to change? They've been publishing them since 2024.
I want to know, I want a chart trending over the last 5 years. How long have applicants been waiting on the county? How long has the county been waiting on applicants?
But they have an entire Gantt chart they publish each month that says the information.
You want to pull it up?
I don't have to. It's on the internet. It exists in the Planning and Building County of Mendocino
And
page.
it has the individual applicant counts charted as I'm.
It has it's by project.
So what frustrates me is I raise a concern that there's something I need, and I'm told there's more transparency than there's ever been. It's all on the website. I go on the website, I can't find it. I mean, Supervisor McGordy and I at the break were trying to find the strategic plan on the website, Googling for it, right? The website is chaotic mess. It's hard to find anything. The public tells us this, and our answer to the public is no, you're wrong. And I want to change that dynamic to we hear from the concerns from the public and we act on those concerns.
Okay. Is there a motion? Or actually, I would like to invite public comment on this item. Are there any members of the public in the room that wish to comment? I have a hand raised online from Elise Cox.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. So when I moved to this county in 2022 and I contacted my supervisor's office, I was really surprised that he had no staff. It is not normal for the board of supervisors in a county to have no staff, based on my experience as a reporter over 18 years as an American journalist. And I think you will function better and provide more transparency. Right now, it seems like you're talking about adding just one staff person. And I think you need it. And that's it. So I support I don't really want to support her, but I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any additional hands raised online, so I'll be looking for a motion to create an ad hoc for this item.
I move we establish a board staff ad hoc with supervisors Jurdy and McGordy.
Is there a second?
I second.
Vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We are now on to item 4H, the CEO report.
Hi, thank you, Chair Antle, CEO here. I would like to start by stating each month the CEO report is broken down by the strat plan, as that's how the departments have been asked to support their information. So we do try to focus and emphasize on that each month. I do want to appreciate the staff of the departments for all the information and data that they support provide on a monthly basis to the report. So a few highlights this month. It is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Breast cancer is very common, the most common in women, all races and all ethnicities. Also, men can get breast cancer as well. So we encourage everyone to take an active participation in being healthy and monitoring their risks. It is fall, which is an agriculture harvest season in Mendocino County. It's vibrant time for celebration and education. So the Ag Department has provided information on how to celebrate and get educated on that, make awareness of the work that they do. Employee wellness, this is very exciting. The County of Mendocino has officially received the Blue Zone Project approved status, making a significant milestone in its commitment to fostering healthier, happier work community, as mentioned in the strategic plan. Environmental health is also reporting their stats this month on the number of permits and customers and inspections that they have provided. The executive office contract unit is also emphasizing their work and the number of contracts that they're processing. And the countywide, the contracts unit is working on Policy 1, which is an update for this board at the request of this board, one of your directives. Since we mentioned directives, I would just state this board did a wonderful job in December of 23, cleaning up all the directives that were posted, and currently there are 3 active directors. To prior comment, those are tracked separately than action items. Economic development, there is a nice update about economic development and the various projects that they are working on. I know that has been a concern of this board. The grants unit had received $289,000 for the Department of Water Resources through the Flood Emergency Response Grant Program. Great effort on our grants division. Again, it's just a couple of people, but they're doing a big heavy lift. Facilities is reporting out on various capital improvement projects, the highest ones and the biggest lifts in this county, the jail, the PUF, Bower Park, and a few others. So please see the attached. Fleet is also talking about the fuel consumption and the amount of miles that are being driven throughout the county. So I encourage you to look at the fleet and facilities. Library. Mendocino County is fostering community engagement and education through various upcoming events, and the library is collaborating with the California State Parks in hosting focused on salmon life cycle. So please visit your county library. And there's one in 7 areas within the county. Prevention and recovery services, as of September 30th, 2024, the team has actively engaged with 20 participants in the Ignition Resistant Grant Program. I know that's been a focus of this board and has had some challenges moving that forward. It was the first time in the state and federal government that this kind of program has been done. And so it took a big lift from our staff, county council staff, to move this forward. And we appreciate all that work. Additionally, they have secured $50 million for building resilient infrastructure and communities, projects aimed at enhancing wildfire resiliency. The board has given direction on 2021 strategically investing one-time $22 million of PG&E settlement funds. That report, how those dollars have been spent by the various departments that were awarded, is attached to this report. Social services is highlighting Veteran Services recently participated in an annual Mendocino and Lake Veterans Stand Down event and is preparing for recognition of Veterans Day, November 11th. Those are some of the highlights that I'd like to point out. And again, I encourage you to take the time and research and look into the report. It is very lengthy. The departments are doing an excellent job at submitting that information timely and getting it onto the website so it's easy access. So I appreciate that. Are there any comments?
I think
Questions?
Supervisor Jordy has a question.
Yeah, so Anatol, I appreciate the Facilities and Fleet Monthly Report. I think the format is helpful and informative, so I think that's good. Earlier, we had Assemblymember Jim Wood in here, and you were probably monitoring the meeting. And I asked the question, given the cost escalation, not entirely due to the county, I mean, we had delays at the state for approval of the jail. I asked, even given the state's budget situation, did he foresee a scenario where the county could capture a higher amount for that? And he thought that it was possible, maybe not this current fiscal year, but we need to start working now on that. And I was just wondering, who, 1, 2, 3 people are there? Is there anybody in the executive office that you would see as following up on that? Because again, we may not get funding this year, but it seems like the sooner the county puts in the request, and I would couch it as now it's not just a request to pay for the jail project. Now it's a request to reimburse Measure B funds, which may be politically more appealing, you know, because members of the public don't want to see Measure B funds spent on the jail. And honestly, with the county's budget situation, I mean, I know it's a loan, but really, is there a guarantee that's going to be paid back? I mean, if the county doesn't have the money, it can't pay back the Measure B funds. So anyway, I feel like there's, having heard that he thought there was a pathway there, I hope that there will be 1 or 2 people in the executive office that are going to follow up on that.
Thank you for that question, if I may, through the chair. Yes, those conversations are ongoing. On my behalf, most recently to Senator McGuire yesterday, roughly about this time, I had him personally on the phone with me discussing options. So it is something we are all actively working on, and I know the sheriff is working through his association to get to the state as well. So there is nobody's dropped the ball on this. And your fiscal team with your auditor controller are working their very best to figure out how to get those Measure B dollars back to Measure B, because we certainly do not want to be paying interest on those for an ongoing expense. So more to come on that, hopefully November 5th.
Thank you. I would say I don't think that since this CEO report has been created, there hasn't been a month where I haven't commented on something that is in the CEO report. I find this document incredibly valuable for me as an elected official to be able to communicate with my constituents what's happening with the department. And I think almost every department head conversation I have includes some version of, can you please put that in writing in the CEO report? This is an incredibly helpful document for sharing information with the community, and I understand that our departments put a lot of work into providing the information and the data that goes into it. I just wanted to say Social Services unveiled new data dashboards this month, and they are on the website, and I think that it's a step in the right direction. And I really just wanted to applaud the fact that in several of those data analysis, they called out, we are not meeting where we want to be. We are working on this. And that's exactly the kind of transparency that our community wants to see, that we recognize that we have room for improvement and we're trying to achieve those goals. And I think that the more that we can use the CEO report as a tool for elected officials and department heads from other departments that might be able to share out in some kind of scenario what is happening at social services. Even though I'm the planning and building director, I know because I read it in the CEO report, and I just wanted to call out specifically that new social services report. I think it's very helpful. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this item? I'm not seeing anyone come forward, and I do not have any hands raised on Zoom. No pins from the board, so we can move on to item 4J, Supervisors Reports regarding board special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. Let's start with Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah. So I attended the North Coast Resource Partnership meeting with Supervisor Jurdy in Delmar County and Crescent City, and it was a long, beautiful drive to get there and back again. But also at the meeting, it is a chance for us to catch up on what's happening with various grant programs, primarily dealing with things like fire safety and watershed management. And of particular interest to me was the report on illegal cannabis, which I think the next step is working into a white paper, and a discussion that we had about how do we deal with this, because it is a kind of an environmental emergency right up there with the death of trees and other things that we're facing, the impact on a lot of our public spaces, especially in the very broad, wide open parts of northwestern California, is something of great concern. And what I suggested besides policy is also trying to work on public opinion and help people understand that the legal cannabis industry is not doing this, and that if you're going to consume cannabis, you should think about where it comes from, because a lot of pesticide use in the illegal grows are unregistered pesticides from outside of the country. The impact that they have on water quality, wildlife, and just kind of trashing our public spaces is extraordinary. And anyway, I came away from the meeting just thinking about that. Other than that, that's all I have in my report today.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
I've started preparing for the workshop in January, and I'm wondering if we could get a little bit more guidance on what input is sought. Maybe get it out to the full board in the next week.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, we are planning on getting the information out to the supervisors. You know, it's a little tricky because two of the people aren't on the board yet, but we're going to be asking for reports from each supervisorial district and updates on what the important issues are, and so that's just one of the things. We are going to have some information provided from the different departments that we're going to look at, when we look at what's on their plate, and so their workload and all that.
So I'd love to get that in the next week so that November and December could be outreach to constituents. The 5th District has, geographically, towns are spread out, and I'd like to continue compiling, but I want to make sure it's the criteria that matches the request.
We're working on it.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy?
I guess I'll look to county councils. I don't want to create any Brown Act issues, but because of the agenda item, is report from board members. So Supervisor McGorty just brought up the North Coast Research Partnership, and I know that we have the remaining board members that'll be here next year. You guys are looking at committee assignments. The two incoming supervisors are probably watching this meeting on Zoom. It just seems to me, since it's a little bit of an unusual committee, maybe there's some way that we could communicate to all three of you who are still here and the two coming in just a little bit more about what that committee is like, because it's not a committee that a council member would have served on, or, it's not widely known. We did in this meeting packet have a really good historical perspective on all of the grants they've had since 2007 when it was formed. And I think that part of our packet could be something maybe I should send to the clerk of the board to distribute to the three of you and to the two incoming people as you guys are deciding amongst yourselves what committees are you interested in for next year. Because, I think it's an important committee for two supervisors to serve on. We do have two community members who work in the space of watershed restoration and or water supply who are on the technical advisory committee. But, it's just important in my mind that whoever among the five of you sign up to be on that committee are people who are going to go to the meetings and participate, because it's a pretty important committee, and it's a good networking also opportunity, because it's 8 counties involved. So maybe that's all I need to say about that, but I'll send a PDF to Lillian, I guess, to make sure it goes to all you. I'm not sure what your schedule is for when are you guys submitting to each other, to the incoming chair?
I think it's already happened.
Okay. Is that too late? Okay.
Well, I think the information would be helpful just for all board members to have. I'm a little bit unclear if it's not an open public meeting.
Oh, it's a public meeting.
So then I would assume the minutes and the agendas are available on the website, or we can find them as well. But we'd love an email copy. That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just saying this particular report was pretty comprehensive in showing the history of the organization.
Okay, great. Supervisor Hashek.
Well, I'm the representative on the National Association of Counties. I'm on the Environment, Energy, and Land Use Committee. We meet every month, and this month we had a presentation from the Department of Energy on Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program. And the whole program was about half an hour long. The discussion was great. I was thinking the whole time, this is what we need in Mendocino County. We can apply for these. They are making it easy for counties to apply. It was just really meshed well with what we're trying to do as far as energy efficiency. And at the very end, they said, okay, you can go to this website for the Department of Energy and see which counties, jurisdictions really are eligible. And it turned out that we weren't eligible. We weren't on the list. And the counties that were like San Diego, Sacramento, San Francisco, all the very high population counties. And none of the rural counties were. So as we look at our legislative platform, I think that is something that we really need to focus on, is getting more representation for these kind of grants. That we're trying to do good work here, but if we're not even eligible for it, it's not a system that works for Mendocino County. So I'll be bringing that up in the legislative platform discussion we have tomorrow. There's a general government committee tomorrow. We're going to deal with the legislative platform, cannabis, and then the hazardous vegetation abatement ordinance, and we voted to repurpose the grant, and so we're going to get an update on that. We're also going to have a presentation from Environmental Health about the micro enterprise home kitchen operations, and that's a state program we have to opt in, and so we're going to look at it and see what Mendocino County wants to do with it. The campaign finance ad hoc, Supervisor McGorty and myself, we met once. We're going to meet again on Friday. We're hoping to bring something back at the next meeting. I met with Visit Mendocino about the Civitas contract. And then we're continuing work. I'm working with staff about that workshop in January. And so it is there's a lot of things to work out for it, but it's, we have good energy behind it. It's very, we're trying to get information together, and we will get that information out to everybody as soon as possible. And that's it.
Okay, last week I attended the ribbon cutting for the Indigenous Wellness Alliance, which is a new nonprofit that is going to serve Native residents for behavioral health and substance misuse disorder treatment, one-on-one counseling, group sessions, family supports. And that is in the same office building as First 5 Mendocino. So I think that there's a lot of opportunities for these two agencies that want to support families in becoming healthier and stronger to work together. As we were discussing this new organization, there are a few other projects that are innovative concerning Native communities, tribal communities, and mental health, including the Native Worm Line, as well with Pinoleville, that behavioral health is working with Pinoleville. There is also the Native Ways program that's happening in Round Valley. And I just think it's really important that these services are sort of coming online to be more culturally appropriate when we're talking about behavioral health and substance misuse disorder. And also I gave Sonoma County Supervisor James Gore a tour of the Ukiah area. And I think that as you do this work, you can get so focused on the next thing that's coming forward, and really to take an opportunity and look at all of the things that have happened in the last few years, especially in the Ukiah Valley. There has been an incredible amount of housing put in the last few years, and the behavioral health supports are probably higher than they've ever been in the county of Mendocino. We have a CRT, the PUF facility, if you haven't driven by lately, is about to have a parking lot. We do have the behavioral health wing of the jail that has had a lot of movement. Anchor Health Management is working on the crisis stabilization unit. Ukiah Recovery Center's detox building is almost complete. So there's just been a lot of actual capital facilities that have come into our community to support our community members with behavioral health needs. And I want to just take some time to recognize that that those things are happening, and hopefully we can talk more with community members as they're saying, what their concerns are. We can try to fit in. If we can't fit it in with the programming that we already have, what do we do next? Because I think we have a very quickly moving ball, and I would like to just keep it rolling. So with that, I believe that we can adjourn the meeting. Thank you.